The boats of the Glen Carigg. Madre mia. People will say that are no longer young, and yet to me thy youth was yesterday. The yesterday that seems still mingled with my dreams. The years have o'er thee flung their softly mantilla grey, and into them thou art never old. How couldst thou be? Thy hair has scarcely lost its deep old glorious dark. The face is sincere lined, no mark destroys its calm serenity. Like gold of the evening light, when the winds scarce stir, the soul light of thy face is pure as prayer. The land of lonesome. Now, we had been 5 days in the boats, and in all this time made no discovering of land. When, upon the morning of the 6th day, came their cry from the boatswain, who had command of the lifeboat. There was something which might be land far upon our larboard bow. But it was very low-lying, and none could tell whether as land or by morning cloud. Yet there was a beginning of hope within our hearts. We pulled it wearily towards her, and thus, in about an hour, discovered it to be indeed the coast of some flat country. Then it might be a little after an hour of midday, when we had come so close to it that we distinguished with ease what land lay beyond the shore, and thus we found it to be an abominable flatness, desolate beyond all that I could imagine. Here and there it appeared to be covered with clumps of queer vegetation, though whether they were small trees or great bushes, I had no means of telling. But this I know, that when they were like unto nothing I've ever set my eyes on before. So much as this I gathered as we pulled slowly along the coast, seeking an opening whereby we could pass inward to the land. But a weary time passed on ere came upon that which we sought. Yet in the end we found it, a slimy banked creek, which proved to be the estuary of a great river we spoke of as always a creek. Into this we entered, and proceeded at no great pace upwards along this winding course. And we made it forward. We scanned the low banks upon each side. Perchance there might be some spot we could make land, but we found none. The banks being composed of vile mud which gave us no encouragement to venture rashly upon them. Now, taking the boat something over a mile up the great creek, we came upon the first of the vegetation which I chanced to notice from sea. Here and there, being within some score yards of it, we were better able to study it. Thus I found that it was indeed composed largely of a sort of tree, very low and stunted, and having what might be described as an unwholesome look to it. The branches of this tree I perceived to be the cause of my inability to recognize it from a bush, until I had come close upon it, for they grew thin and smooth through their length, and hung towards the earth, being weighted thereto by a single large cabbage-like plant, which seemed to sprout from an extreme of a tip of each. Presently, having passed beyond this clump of vegetation, and the banks of the river remaining very low, I stood me upon the thwart, by which I was enabled to scan the surrounding country. This I discovered, so far as my sight could penetrate, to be pierced in all directions with innumerable creeks and pools, some of these of the latter being very great of extent, and, as I have made mention, everywhere the country was low set, as if it might be a great plain of mud, so as it gave me a sense of dreariness to look upon it. It may be all unconsciously that my spirit was put in awe by the extreme silence of all the country around, for in all the waste I could see no living thing, neither bird nor vegetable, save it be the stunted trees, which indeed grew in clumps here and there all over the land, so much as I could see. The silence, when I grew fully aware of it, was more uncanny, for my memory told me that never before have I come across upon a country which contained so much emptiness. Nothing moved across my vision, not even a lone bird soared up against the dull sky, and for my hearing, not so much of a cry of a sea-bird came to me, no, nor the croak of a frog or the splash of a fish. It was though we had come upon a country of silence, which some have called the land of lonesomeness. Now 3 hours had passed whilst we ceased not to labor at the oars, and we could no more see the sea. Yet no place fit for a feet had come to view, for everywhere the mud, gray and black, surrounded us, an encompassing veritability by slimy wilderness. And so we feigned to pull on, in hope that we might come ultimately to firm ground. Then, a little before sundown, we halted upon our oars, and made a scant meal from a portion of our remaining provisions. As we ate, I could see the sun sinking away over the wastes, and I had some slight diversion in making the grotesque shadows which cast from the trees upon the water upon our larboard side, for we had come to a pause opposite a clump of the vegetation. It was at this time, as I remember, that I was born, and thus upon me afresh how very silent the land was, and that this was not due to my imagination. I remarked that the men both in our and in the boatswain's boat seemed uneasy because of it. For none spoke save in the undertones, though they had fear of breaking it. And it was at this time when I was awed by so much solitude that there came the first telling of life in all that wilderness. I heard it at first in the far distance, away inland, a curious low sobbing note it was, and the rise and fall of it was like to the sobbing of a lonesome wind through a great forest. Yet there was no wind. Then, in a moment it had died, and the silence of the land was awesome by reason of the contrast. And I looked about me, the men, both in the boat in which I was and which bosom commanded, and not one was there but held himself in a posture of listening. In this wise a minute of quietness passed, and then one of the men gave out a laugh, born of the nervousness which had taken him. The boatswain muttered to him to hush, and in the same moment there came the plaint of what wild sobbing, and abruptly it sounded away on our right, and immediately was caught up, as it were, and echoed back from some place beyond us far up the creek. At that, I got me upon a thwart, intending to take another look over the country about this. But the banks of the creek had become higher. Moreover, the vegetation acted as a screen, even as my stature and elevation enabled me to overlook the banks. And so, after a little while, the crying died away, and there was another silence. Then, as we sat each other, harking for what might next befall, George, the youngest apprentice boy, who had seat beside me, plucked me by the sleeve, inquiring in a troubled voice whether I had any knowledge of that which I crying might be pretend. But I shook my head, telling him that I had no knowing beyond his own, though for his comfort I said that it might be the wind. Yet at that he shook his head, for indeed it was plain that it could not be by such agency, for there was a stark calm. Now, I had scarce made an end of my remark when again the sad crying was upon us. It appeared to come from far up the creek, and from far down the creek, from inland and land between us and sea. It filled the evening air with a doleful wailing, and I remarked there that it was a curious, sobbing, most human and despairing crying, and so awesome the thing that no man of us spoke, for it seemed that we harked to the weeping of lost souls. And then, as we waited fearfully, the sun sank below the edge of the world, and the dusk was upon us. And now, more extraordinary thing happened, for, as the night fell with swift gloom, the strange wailing and crying was hushed, and another sound stole upon the land, a far, sullen growling. At the first, like the crying, it came from far inland, but it was caught up speedily on all sides of us, and presently the dark was full of it, and the increased volume and strange trumpeting spread across it. Then, though with slowness, it fell away to a low, continuous growling, and in it there was which I can only describe as an incessant, hungry snarl. Aye, no other word of which I have knowledge so well describes it as that, a note of hunger, most awesome to the ear, and this, more than all the rest of these incredible voicings, brought terror into my heart. Now, as I sat listening, George gripped me suddenly by the arm, declaring in a shrill whisper that something had come among the clumped trees on the left bank. Of truth of this, I had an immediate proof, for I caught the sound of a continuous rustling among them, and then near note of a growling, as though a wild beast purred at my elbow. Immediately upon this, I caught the bosun's voice calling in a low tone to Josh, the eldest apprentice, who had the charge of our boat, to come alongside of him, for he would have the boats together. Then we got out the oars and laid the boats together in the midst of the creek, and so we watched through the night, being full of fear, so that we kept our speech low. That is, so low as would carry our thoughts one to the other, the noise of the growling. And so the hours passed, and naught happened more than I have told, save that once, a little after midnight, the trees opposite to us came to be stirred again, as though came a creature, or creatures, lurking among them. And there came a little after that a sound of something stirring the water up against the bank. But it ceased in a little while, and the silence fell once more. Thus, after a weariful time, the eastward skies began to tell of the coming day, and as the light grew and strengthened, so did that insatiable growl pass hence the darkened and the shadows. And so at last came the day, and once more there bore to us the sad wailing that had preceded the night. For a certain while it lasted, rising and falling most mournfully over the vastness of the surrounding wastes, until the sun was risen some degrees above the horizon, after which it began to fail, dying away in the lingering echoes, most solemn to our ears. And so it passed, and there again came the silence that had with us all in the daylight hours. Now being the day, the bosun boy bade us to make such sparse breakfast as our provender allowed, after which, having first scanned the banks to discern if any fearful thing were visible, we took again to our oars and proceeded upward on our journey. For we hoped presently to come upon a country where life had not become extinct, and where we could put a foot to honest earth. Yet, as I had made mention earlier, the vegetation where it grew did flourish most luxuriantly. So I am scarce correct when I speak of life as being extinct in the land. For indeed, now I think of it, I can remember that the very mud from which it sprang seemed verbally to have fat, sluggish life of its own, so rich and viscid it was. Presently it was midday, yet there was but little change in the nature of the surrounding wastes, though it may be that the vegetation was something thicker and more continuous along the banks. But the banks were still of the same thick, clinging mud, so that nowhere we could effect a landing, though had we, the rest of the country beyond the banks seemed no better. All the while, as we pulled, we glanced continuously from bank to bank, and those who worked not the oars were fain to rest a hand by their sleeve knives. For the happenings of the past night were continually on our minds, and they were in great fear, so that we had turned back to sea. But that we had come so nigh to the end of our provisions. The ships creaked in the creek. Then, it was nigh on to evening, we came upon a creek opening into the greater one through the bank upon our left. We had been like to pass it, as indeed we had passed many throughout the day. But that the boatswain whose boat had the lead, cried out there was some kind of craft laying up a little beyond the first bend, and indeed it seemed, for the one of the mast of her, of jagged, where it had carried away, stuck up a plain to our view. Now, having grown sick with so much lonesomeness, and being in fear of the approaching night, we gave out something near to a cheer, which, however, the boatswain silenced, having no knowledge of those who might occupy the stranger. And so, in silence, the boatswain turned his craft toward the creek, whereat we followed, taking heed to the quietness, and working the oars warily. So in a little we came to the shoulder of a bend, and had plain sight of the vessels a little way beyond us. From the distance, she had no appearance of being inhabited, so that after some small hesitation, we pulled towards her, though still being at pains to keep silence. The strange vessel lay against a bank of the creek, which was upon our right, and over her was a thick clump of the shunted trees. For the rest, she appeared to be firmly embedded in the heavy mud, and there was a certain look of age about her which carried to me a doleful suggestion that we should find naught aboard her, fit for an honest stomach. When we had come to a distance of maybe the 10 fathoms from our starboard bow, for she lay with her head down towards the mouth of the little creek, when the boatswain bade his team to back with the water, which the Josh did regarding her own boat, then being ready to fly if we been in danger. The boatswain hailed the stranger, but got no reply, save for the same echo of his shout seemed to come back to us. And so he sung out again to her. Chance there might be some below decks who had not caught his first hail. But for a second time, no answer came back to us, save the low echo not. But the silent trees took on a little quivering, as though his voice had shaken them. At that, being confident now within our minds, we laid alongside, and in a minute had shinned up the oars, and so gained her decks. Here, save that the glass of the skylight of the main cabin had been broken, and some portion of the framework shattered, there was no extraordinary litter, so that it appeared to us though she had been in no great while abandoned. So soon as the boatswain had made his way up from the boat, he turned aft towards the scuttle, the rest of us following. We found the leaf of the scuttle pulled to within an inch of the closing, and so much effort did it require to push it back, that we had immediate evidence of a considerable time since any had gone down that way. However, it was no great while before we were below, and here found within the main cabin to be empty, except for the spare furnishings. From it there opened off 2 staterooms at the fore end, and the captain's cabin at the after part, and in all of these we found matters of clothing and sundries, such as proved that the vessel had been deserted, apparently in haste. And further proof of this we found, in a drawer of the captain's room, a considerable quantity of loose gold, the which it was not to be supposed would have been left by the free will of the owner. Of the staterooms, the one upon the starboard side gave evidence that it had been occupied by a woman, no doubt a passenger. The other, in which there were 2 bunks, had been shared, so far as we could have any certainty, by a couple of young men, and this we gathered by observation of the various garments which were scattered carelessly about. Yet it did not be supposed that we spent any great time in the cabins, for we were pressed for food, and made haste under the directing of the boatswain to direct if the hulk had visuals whereby we might be kept alive. To this end, we removed the hatch and led down to the lazarette, and, lighting 2 lamps we had with us in the boats, we went down to make a search. And so, in a little while we came upon 2 casks which the boatswain broke open with a hatchet. The casks were sound and tight, and in them was ship's biscuit, very good and fit for food. As it may be imagined, we felt eased in our minds, knowing that there was no immediate fear of starvation. Following this, we found a barrel of molasses, a cask of rum, and some case of dried fruit. These were moldy and scarce fit to be eaten, a cask of salt beef and another of pork, some barrel of vinegar and a case of brandy, 2 barrels of flour, one which proved to be damp-struck, and a bunch of tallow tips. In a little while we had all these things up in the big cabin, so that we might come at them to better make choice of which was fit for our stomachs, and that which was otherwise. Meantime, Whilst the bosom hauled these matters, Josh called a couple more of the men and went on the deck to bring up the gear from the boats, for it had been decided that we should pass the night aboard the hulk. When this was accomplished, Josh took a walk forward to the Fasco, but found nothing beyond the two seamen's chests, a sea bag, and some odd gear. There were, indeed, no more than 10 bunks in the place, for she was a small brig, and had no call for a great crowd. Yet Josh was more than a little puzzled to know that what had come of the odd chests, for it was to be supposed that there had been no more than 2 in a sea bag among 10 men. But to this, at the time, he had no answer, and so, being sharp for supper, made a return to the deck and thence to the main cabin. Now, while he had been gone, the boatswain had set to the men the clearing of the main cabin, after which he had served out 2 biscuits apiece all around and a tot of rum. To Josh, when he appeared, he gave the same, and a little, we called sort of a council, to being sufficiently stayed by the food to talk. Yet, before we came to speech, we made a shift to light our pipes, for the bosom had discovered a case of tobacco in the captain's cabin, and after this we came to consideration of our position. We had a provender in the bosom calculated to last for the better part of 2 months, and this without any great stint. But we had yet to prove that the brig held water in her casks, for that in the creek was brackish, even so far as we penetrated from the sea, else we had not been in need. To change of this, the boatswain set Josh along with 2 of the men. Another he told to take charge of the gallery so long as we were in the hulk. But for that night, he said we had no need to do aught, for we had sufficient water in the boat's breakers to last us till tomorrow. And so, in a little, the dusk began to fill the cabin. But we talked on, being greatly content with our present ease and the good tobacco which we enjoyed. In a little while, one of the men cried out suddenly to us to be silent, and in that minute, all heard it. A far drawn-out wailing, the same which had come to us in the evening of the first day. After that we looked at one another through the smoke in the growing dark, and even as we looked, it became plainer heard until, in a while, it was all about us. It seemed to become floating down through the broken framework of the skylight, as though some weariful, unseen thing stood and cried upon the decks above our heads. Now, though all that crying, none moved. None, that is, save Josh and the boatswain, and they went up into the scuttle to see whether anything was in sight. But they found nothing, and so came down to us, for there was no wisdom in exposing ourselves unarmed as we were, save for our sheathed knives. And so, in a little, the night crept down upon the world, and we sat within the dark cabin, none speaking and knowing of rest only by the glows of their pipes. All at once there came the low, muttered growl, stealing across the land. And immediately the ground was clenched in a sullen thunder. It died away, and there was a full minute of silence. Then, once more it came, and it was nearer and more plain to the ear. I took my pipe from my mouth, for I had come again upon the great fear and uneasiness which the happenings of the first night had bred me, and the taste of the smoke brought me no more pleasure. The mottled growl swept over our heads and died away into the distance, and there was a sudden silence. Then, in that quietness came the bosun's voice. He was bidding us haste every one into the captain's cabin. As we moved to obey him, he ran to draw over the lid of the shuttle, and Josh went with him, and together they had it across with difficulty. And when they had come to the captain's cabin, we closed and barred the door, piling two great sea chests up against it, and so we felt near safe, for we knew that no thing, no man nor beast, could come at us yet, as may be supposed, we felt not altogether secure, for there was that hint in the growling which now filled the darkness that seemed to be demonic, and we knew not what horrid powers were abroad. And so through the night the growling continued, seeming by be mighty near to us, aye, almost over our heads, and of loudness far surpassing all that come upon us in the previous night. So I thank the Almighty we had come into shelter in the midst of so much fear. The thing that made me search. Now at times I fell upon sleep, as did most of the others, but for the most part I lay half sleeping and half waking, being unable to attain to true sleep by the reason of the everlasting growling above us in the night, and the fear which it bred into me. Thus, it chanced that just after midnight I caught the sound of the main cabin beyond the door, and immediately I was fully awake. I sat me upon and listened, and so became aware that something was fumbling about the deck of the main cabin. At that, I got to my feet and made my aware where the bosun lay, meaning to wake him, if he slept, but he caught me by the ankle as I stooped to shake him and whispered to me to keep silence, for he too had been aware of that strange noise of something fumbling beyond in the big cabin. In a little, we crept both of us so close to the door as the chest would allow, and we were crouched, listening. We could not tell the manner of the thing which might be which produced such a strange noise, for it was neither shuffling nor treading of any kind, nor yet was a whir of a bat's wings, the which at first occurred to me, knowing how vampires are said to inhabit the night in dismal places. Nor yet was it the slur of a snake, but rather it seemed to us to be as the great wet cloths were being rubbed everywhere across the floor and bulkheads. we were better able to be certain of the truth of this likeness when suddenly it passed across the further side of the door behind which we listened, and at which you may be sure we drew backwards, both of us in a fright, and through the door and the chest stood between us and that which rubbed against it. Presently the sound ceased, and as we might, we could no longer distinguish it. And yet, until the morning, we dozed no more. Being troubled in mind, the manner of the thing which we made search in the big cabin. Then in time, the daylight came and the growling ceased. For a mournful while, the sound crying filled our ears. And then at last the eternal silence that fills the day hours of that abysmal land fell upon us. So, being at last in its quietness, we slept, being greatly awearied. About 7 in the morning the bosun waked me, and I found that they had opened the door into the big cabin, but though the bosun and I made careful search, nowhere came upon anything to tell us aught concerning the thing which had put us so in fright. Yet I know not if I'm saying that we came upon nothing, for in several bulkheads had a chaffed look. But whether this had been there before the night, we had no means of telling. Of that we heard. The bosun bade me to make no mention, for he would not have the men put in more fear than need to be. This I conceived to be wisdom, and so I held my peace. Yet I was troubled in my mind to know the manner of the thing which we had need to fear, and more I desired greatly to know whether we should be free of it in daylight hours. For there was always with me, as I went hither and thither, and thought that it, for that is how I designated my mind, might come upon us to our destruction. Now after breakfast, at which we had each a portion of salt pork besides rum and a biscuit, for by now the fire in the caboose hadn't been set going, we turned to at various matters under the directing of the bosun. Josh and 2 of the men made examination of the water casks, and the rest of us lifted the main hatch covers to make inspections of our cargo. But lo, we found nothing save some 3 feet of water in her hold. By this time Josh had drawn some water off the casks, but it was unsuitable for drinking, being vile of smell and taste. Yet the bosun bade him to draw some in the bucket, so the air might happily purify it. But though this was done, and the water allowed to stand through the morning, it was but little better. At this, it might be imagined we are exercised in our mind as to the manner in which we should come upon suitable water. For now we were beginning to be in need of it. Yet, though one said one thing and another said another, no one had the wit to call to mind any method which our need should be satisfied. Then we made an end of dining, and the bosun sent Josh with 4 men upstream. Perchance after a mile or 2 the water should prove sufficient freshness to meet our purpose. Yet they returned a little before sundown, having no water, for everywhere it was salt. Now the bosom, foreseeing that it might be impossible to come upon water, had set the man who had ordained to be our cook to boiling the creek water in 3 great kettles. This he had ordered to be done after the boat left, and over each spout of each he had hung a great pot of iron filled with cold water from the hold, this being cooler than that from the creek, so the steam from each kettle impinged upon the gold surface of the iron pots, and being by this means condensed, was caught in 3 buckets placed beneath the pan upon the floor of the caboose. In this way, enough water was collected to supply us for the evening and the following morning. It was but a slow method, and we had sore need of a speedier, where we would leave the hulk so soon as I, for one, desired. We made our supper before sunset, so as to be free of the crime which we had reason to expect. After that, the bosom shut the scuttle, and we went, every one of us, into the captain's cabin, after which we barred the door as on the previous night. And well was it for us we acted with this prudence. By the time we had come into the captain's cabin and secured the door, it was upon sunsetting, and the dusk came on, so that a melancholy wailing passed over the land. Yet, being now somewhat inured to so much strangeness, we lit our pipes and smoked, though I observed that none talked, for the crying without was not to be forgotten. Now, as I have said, we kept silence, but this was only for a time, and for our reason for breaking it was a discovery made by George, the younger apprentice. This lad, being no smoker, was fain to do something to weigh the time, and with this intent he had raked out the contents of a small box which had laid upon the deck at the side of the forward bulkhead. The box had appeared filled with an odd small lumber, which was a part of a dozen or so gray paper wrappers. Such are used, I believe, for carrying samples of corn, though I've seen them put to purpose, as indeed was now the case. At first George tossed these aside, but growing darker, the bosom lit one of the candles which we found in the lazarette. Thus George, who was proceeding to tidy back the rubbish which was cumbering the place, discovered something which caused him to cry out in astonishment. Now, upon hearing George call out, the bosom bade him to keep silence, thinking but it was a piece of boyish restlessness. But George drew the candle to him and bade us to listen, for the wrappers were covered with fine handwriting after the fashion of a woman's. Even George told us of what he had found. We became aware that the night was upon us, for suddenly the crying ceased, and in place thereof came out the far distant low thunder of the night growling that had tormented us through the past 2 nights. For a space we ceased to smoke and sat listening, for it was very fearsome sound, and in a very little while seemed to surround the ship, as the previous nights. But at length, using ourselves to it, we resumed our smoking and bade George to read to us from the writing upon the papers. Then George, through shaking somewhat in his voice, began to decipher what was upon the papers. and a strange and awesome story it was, and bearing up much upon our own concerns. Now when they discovered the spring among the trees, the crown of the bank, there was much rejoicing, for we had come to the much need of water, and some being in fear of the ship, declaring because all our misfortunes and strange disappearances of the messmates and of the brother of my lover, that she was haunted by the devil, declared their intention of taking the gear of spring and making a camp. This they conceived and carried out in the space of one afternoon. Their captain, a good and true man, begged them, as they valued life, to stay within the shelter and of the living place. Yet, as I remarked, would none of them hark to his counseling, and because the mate and the bosom were gone, he had no means of compelling them to wisdom. At this point, George ceased to read and began to rustle among the papers as though in search for continuation of the story. Presently he cried out that he could not find it, and dismay was upon his face. But the bosom told him read from what sheets were left, for, as he observed, we had no knowledge if more existed, and we feigned to know further of that spring, which from the story appeared to be over the bank near to the vessel. George thus adjured and picked up the topmost sheet, for they were, as I heard him explain to the bosom, all oddly numbered, and having but little reference to one another, yet were mightily keen to know so much as the odd scraps might tell us. Whereupon George read from the next wrapper, which ran as thus. Now suddenly I hear the captain cry out there was something in the main cabin, and immediately my lover's voice calling to me to lock my door, and on no condition to open it. Then the door of the captain's cabin slammed, and there came a silence, and the silence was broken by a sound. Now this was the first time that I heard the thing make search through the big cabin, but afterwards my lover told me it happened aforetime, and they had told me not, fearing to frighten me needlessly, though now I understood why my lover had bidden me never to leave my stateroom, the door unbolted in the night time. I remember also wondering if the noise of the breaking glass had waked me somewhat from my dreams a night or two previously had been the work of this indescribable thing, for on the morning following that night the glass in the skylight had been smashed, thus that my thoughts wandered in out its trifles, while yet my soul seemed ready to leap from my bosom with fright. I had, by reason of usage, come to the ability to sleep, despite of the fearsome growling, for I had conceived its cause to the mutter of spirits in the night, and not to allow myself to be unnecessarily frightened with the doleful thoughts, for my lover assured me of our safety, and that we should yet come to our home. And now, beyond my door, I could hear that fearsome thing searching. George came to a sudden pause, for the bosom had risen and put a hand upon his shoulder. The lad made to speak, but the bosom beckoned him to say no word, and at that We who had grown to nervousness through the happenings in the story began everyone to listen, and thus we heard the sound which had escaped us in the noise of the growling without the vessel and the interest of the reading. For a space we kept very silent, no man doing more than let the breath in and out of his body, and so each of us knew that something moved without in the big cabin, and a little something touched upon the door, and it was, as I mentioned earlier, as though a great swab rubbed and scrubbed at the woodwork. At this, the men nearest unto the door backwards in a surge, being put in sudden fear by the reason of the thing being so near. But the boatswain held up a hand, bidding them in a low voice to make no unneedful noise. Yet, as though the sounds of the moving had been heard, the door was shaken with such violence that we waited. Everyone expected to see it torn from its hinges, but it stood as we hasted to brace it by means of the bunk boards, which we had placed between it and the two great chests, and upon these we set a third chest. So now the door was quite hid. Now I have no remembrance of whether I put down that when I came first to the ship we had found the stern window upon the larboard side to be shattered. But so it was, the boatswain had closed it by means of a teak wood cover which was made to go over it in stormy weather. With stout battens across, we were set tight with wedges. This he had done upon the first night, having fear that some evil thing might come upon us through the opening. And very prudent this was, as the same action of his as shall be seen. Then George cried out that something was at the cover of the larboard window, and we stood back, growing even more fearful that some evil creature was so eager to come at us. But the boatswain, who was a very courageous man and calm withal, walked over to the closed window and saw to that the battens were secure, for he had knowledge sufficient to be sure, if this were so, that no creature with strength less than that of a whale could break it down, and in such case its bulk would assure us from being molested. Then, even as he made sure of the fastenings, there came a cry of fear from some of the men, for they had come at the glass of the unbroken window a reddish mass, which plunged up against it, sucking upon it, as it were. Then Josh, who was nearest to the table, caught the candle and held it upwards towards the thing. Thus a shattered appearance of many flat things, shaped as it might be out of raw beef. But it was alive. At this we stared, everyone being too bemused with terror to ought to protect ourselves, even as we possessed of weapons. And as we remained thus an instant like silly sheep awaiting the butcher, I heard the framework creak and crack, and there ran splits across the glass. In another moment the whole thing would have been torn away and the cabin undefended. But the boatswain, with a great curse at us for our lubberly lack of use, seized the other cover and clapped it over the window. At that there was no more help than could be to made avail, and the battens and wedges were in place in a trice. That there was no sooner accompanied than need be an immediate proof, for there came a rending of wood and splintered glass. After that strange yowling out in the dark, and the yowling arose above the drowned, and the continuous growling filled the night. In a little, it died away in the brief silence that ensued. We heard a slobby fumbling in the teak cover, but it was well secured, and we had no immediate cause for fear. The two faces. Of the remainder of that night, I had but a confused memory at the times we heard the door shaken behind the great chests, but no harm came to it. And odd whiles there was a soft thudding and rubbing against the decks over our heads, and once, as I recollect, the thing made a final try at the teak covers across the windows. But as the day came at last, and found me sleeping. Indeed, we had slept beyond the noon, but that the bosun, made mindful of our needs, waked us as we removed the chest, yet, for perhaps the space of a minute, none durst open the door, until the bosun bid us stand to one side. We faced about him at then, and saw that he held a great cutlass in his right hand. He called for us that we were four more of the weapons, and made a backward motion with his left hand towards an open locker. At that we might be supposed, we made some haste to the place which he pointed, and found that among some other gear there were three more weapons as he held, but the fourth was a straight cut and thrust, and this I had the good fortune to secure. Now being armed, we ran to join the bosun, for he had opened the door and was scanning the main cabin. I would remark here how good the weapon doth seem to put heart into a man, for I, who was but a few short hours since had feared in my life, was now full of lustness and fight, which mayhap was no matter for regret. From the main cabin the bosun led up on the deck, and remembered some surprising at finding the lid of the scuttle, even as we had left it the previous night. But then I recalled that the skylight was broken, and there was access to the big cabin that way. Yet a question was in myself as to what manner of a thing it could be which ignored the convenience of a scuttle, and descended by the way of the broken light. We made a search of the decks and forecastle, but found nothing, and after that the bosun stationed two of us on guard, while the rest went about such duties as were needful. In a little we came to breakfast, and after that we prepared to test the story upon the sample papers, and see perchance whether there was indeed a spring of fresh water among the trees. Now between the vessel and the trees lay a slope of thick mud against which the vessel rested, To have scrambled up this bank had been next to impossible, by reason of its fat richness, for indeed it looked fit to crawl, but that Josh called out the boatswain that he had come upon a ladder, lashed across the forecastle head. This was brought, also several hatch covers, and the latter were placed upon the mud, and a ladder laid upon them, which means were enabled to pass up to the top of the bank without contact with the mud. Here we entered at once among the trees, for they grew right up to the edge, but we had no trouble in making a way, for they were nowhere close together, but standing rather each one at a little open space by itself. We had gone a little way among the trees, when suddenly one who was with us cried out that he could see something away on our right, and we clutched every one his weapon in the more determinedly, and went towards it. But yet it proved to be but a seaman's chest, and a space further off we discovered another, and so, after a little walking, we found a camp. But there was a small semblance of a camp about it, for the sail of which the tent had been formed was torn and stained, and lay muddily upon the ground. Yet the spring was all we had wished, clear and sweet, and so we knew we might dream of its deliverance. Now upon the discovery of the spring, it might be thought that we would shout upon those upon the vessel, but this was not so, for there was something in the air of this place which cast gloom upon our spirits, and we had no disinclination to return unto the vessel. Upon coming to the brig, the boatswain called for the men to go down into the boats and pass up the breakers. Also he collected all the buckets belonging to the brig, and forthwith each of us was set to our work. Some of those with the weapons entered into the wood and gave down the water to those stationed upon the bank, and these in turn passed it to those in the vessel. To the man in the galley in the bosom gave command to fill a boiler with some of the most select pieces of the pork and beef from the casks, and get them cooked so as might be. And so we kept at it, and for it we had been determined, now that we come upon water, that we should stay not an hour longer in that monster-ridden craft, and we were all agog to get the boats revictuallated and put back to sea, from which we all had gladly escaped. So we worked all through the remainder of the morning and right into the afternoon, for we were in mortal fear of the coming dark. Toward 4 o'clock, the boatswain sent a man who had been set to do our cooking up with the slices of salt meat upon biscuits, and we ate as we worked, washing our throats with water from the spring, and so before the evening we had our filled our breakers, and nearly every vessel which convenient to take in the boats. More, some of us snatched the chance to wash our bodies, for we were sore with brine, having dipped in the sea to keep thirst down as much as be. Now, though it had not taken us so great a while to make a finish of our water carrying, if matters had been more convenient, yet because of the softness of the ground under our feet and the care which had picked our steps, and some little distance between us and the brig, it had grown later than we had desired, before we had made an end. Therefore, when the boatswain sent word that we should come abroad and bring our gear, we all made haste, Thus, as it chanced, I found that I left my sword beside the spring, having placed it there to have two hands for carrying one of the breakers. After a remark of my loss, George, who stood near, cried out that he'd run and get it, and he was gone in a moment, being greatly curious to see the spring. Now at this moment I thought the bosun came up and called for George, but I informed him that he had run to the spring to bring me my sword. At this the bosun stamped his foot and swore a great oath, declaring that if he'd laid by him all the day, having wished to keep him from any danger which the wood might hold, and knowing the lad's desire to adventure there. At this a matter which I should have known, I reproached myself for so gross a piece of stupidity, and hastened after the bosun, who had disappeared over the top of the bank. I saw his back as he passed into the wood, and I ran as I was up with him, for suddenly, as it were, I found a sense of chilly dampness among the trees, though while before the place had been full of warmth of the sun. This I put to the account of the evening, which was drawing on apace, and also bore in mind that there were but two of us. We came to the spring, but George was not to be seen. I saw no sign of my sword. At this the bosun raised a voice and called out that lad's name. Once he called it again. At the second shout we heard the boy's shrill halloo from some distance ahead among the trees. At that we ran towards the sound, plunging heavily across the ground, which in it was everywhere covered in a thick scum that clogged the feet in walking. As we ran, we hallooed for and so came upon the boy, and saw that he had my sword. The bosun ran towards him and caught him by the arm, speaking with anger and commanding him to return with us immediately to the vessel. But the lad, for reply, pointed it with my sword, and he saw that the point had to be the bird against the trunk of one of the trees. This, as I moved closer, I perceived to be part of the tree, and no bird, but it was a very wondrous likeness to a bird, so much that I went up to it to see if my eyes had deceived me. Yet it seemed to be no more than a freak of nature, though most wondrous in its fidelity, for being of the excrescence upon the trunk. With sudden thought it would make me a curio, I reached up to see whether it would break away from it, yet the tree. But it was above my reach, so I had to leave it. For one thing I discovered, for, in stretching towards the protuberance, I had placed my hand upon the tree, and its trunk was soft as pulp under my fingers, as much after the fashion of a mushroom. As we turned to go, the bosun inquired of George of his reasons for going beyond the spring. George told him he had seemed to hear someone calling to him among the trees. There had been so much pain in the voice that he had run towards it, but been unable to answer the owner. Immediately afterwards, he seen the curious bird-like excrescence upon a tree nearby. Then we called out, and the rest we had knowledge. We had come nigh to the spring on our return journey when a sudden low whine seemed to run among the trees. I glanced towards the sky and realized that evening was upon us. I was about to remark upon this to the bosun when abruptly he came to a stand and bent forward to stare into the shadows to our right. At that, George and I turned ourselves about to perceive what matter it which attracted the attention of the bosun. Thus we made out a tree some 20 yards away, which had all its branches wrapped around its trunk, much of the lash of a whip round around its stalk. Now this seemed to us a very strange sight, and we made all of us towards it, to learn the reason of such so extraordinary happening. Yet, when we had come close upon it, we had no means of arriving at the knowledge which it portended, but walked around of us around the tree, and were more astonished at our circumnavigation of the great vegetable than before. Now suddenly, in the distance, I caught the fair wailing that came the night before, and abruptly, as it seemed to me, the tree wailed at us, and that I was vastly astonished and frightened. Yet though I retreated, I could not withdraw my gaze from the tree, but scanned it with more intently, and suddenly I saw a brown human face peering at us from beneath the wrapped branches. At this, I stood very still, being seized with that fear which renders one shortly incapable of movement. Then, before I had possession of myself, I saw that it was part of the trunk of the tree, for I could not tell where it ended and the tree began. Then I caught the bosom by the arm, pointed, for whether it was part of the tree or not, it was the work of the devil. But the bosun, upon seeing it, ran straightway so close to the tree that he might have touched it with his hand, and I found myself beside him. Now George, who was on the bosom on the other side, whispered that there was another's face, not unlike a woman's, and indeed, so soon I perceived it, I saw that the tree had second expressance. Most strangely, after that face of a woman, the bosom cried out with an oath at the strangeness of the thing, and I felt the arm, which I held, shake somewhat as it might be with deep emotion. Then far away I heard again the sound of the wailing, and immediately among the trees about us there came the answering wails and a great sighing. And before I had time to be more aware of these things, the tree wailed at us again, and at that the bosom cried out suddenly that he thought of what he knew. I had that time no knowledge. And immediately he began with his cutlass to strike at the tree before us, and cry upon God to blast it. And lo, at his smiting a very fearsome thing happened, for the tree did bleed like any living creature. Thereafter, the great yowling came from it, and it began to writhe. There, suddenly, I became aware that all the trees were aquiver. Then George cried out and ran upon my side of the bosom, and I saw that one of the great cabbage-like things pursued him upon its stem, even as evil serpent, and very dreadful it was, for it became blood red in color. But I smote it with the sword, which I had taken from the lad, and it fell to the ground. Now from the brig I heard them hallooing, and the trees had come like live things, and there was a vast growling in the air and tremendous trumpetings. When I caught the bosom again by the arm, he shouted at him, "We must run for our lives." And this we did, smiting with our swords as we ran, and there came things at us out of the growing dusk. Thus we made the brig, and the boat being ready, I scrambled after the bosun into his, and we put straight away to the creek, all of us piling with so much haste as our loads would allow. And as we went, I looked back at the brig, and it seemed to be that a multitude of things hung over the bank above her, and there seemed a flicker of things moving hither and thither aboard her. And then we were in the great creek of which we had come, and so little it was night. All that night we rowed, keeping very strictly to the center of the big creek, and all around us bellowed the vast growling of being more fearsome than I have ever heard it, until it seemed to me that we had walked all the land of terror to a knowledge of our presence. But when the morning came, so good a speed we had made, what with our fear and the current being with us, that we were nigh upon the open sea, which each one of us raised a shout, feeling like freed prisoners. And so, full of thankfulness to the Almighty, we rowed outward to sea the great storm. Now, as I said, we came last to a safety in the open sea, and so for a time had a degree of peace, though it was long ere we knew threw off all the terror which the land of lonesomeness had cast over our hearts. And one being the matter regarding the land which my memory recalls. It will be remembered that George found certain wrappers upon there was writing. And now in the haste of our leaving he had given no thought to take him with him, yet a portion of one he found within the side pocket of his jacket, and it ran somewhat like this. But I hear my lover's voice wailing in the night, and I go to find him. For my loneliness is not to be borne, but God may have mercy upon me. And that was all. For a day and a night we stood out from the land towards the north, having a steady breeze to wet our lug sails, so made very good way, the sea being quiet, though with a slow lumbering swell from the southward. It was on the morning of the second day our escape that we met at the beginnings of our venture into the silent sea, that which ever make clear as I am able. The night had been quiet, and the breeze steady until near to the dawn, when the wind slacked away to nothing, and we lay there waiting. Perchance the sun should bring the breeze with it, and this it did, but no such wind as we did desire. For when the morning came upon us, we discovered that part of the sky to be full of a fiery redness, which presently spread down to the south, so that the entire quarter of the heavens, as it seemed to us, a mighty arc of blood-colored fire. Now at the sight of these omens, the bosun gave orders to prepare the boats for the storm which we had reason to expect. Looking for it in the south, it was from that direction he made the swell coming upon us. With this intent, we got roused out so much heavy canvas as the boats contained, for we got in a bolt and a half from the hulk in the creek. Also the boat's covers, which we lashed down to the brass studs under the gunwales of the boats. Then in each boat we mounted the whaleback which had been stowed along the top of the thwarts, so it supports, lashing the same to the thwarts below the knees, and we laid 2 lengths of the stout canvas at full length of the boat over the whaleback, overlapping and nailing them upon the same, so they sloped down over the gunwales upon each side, as though they had formed a roof to us. Here, whilst some stretched of the canvas nailing over the lower edges the gunwales, others were employed in lashing together the oars and the mast, and to this bundle they secured considerable length of new 3.5-inch hemp rope, which we had brought away from the hulk along with the canvas. This rope was then passed over the bows, and through the painter ring, and thence to the forward thwarts, where it was made fast, and we gave attention to parcel it with odd strips of canvas against the danger of chaff. And the same was done for both the boats. For we could not put our trust in the painters, besides which they had not sufficient length to secure safe and easy riding. Now by this time we had the canvas nailed down to the gunwales around our boats, after which we spread the boat cover over it, lacing it down to the brass studs beneath the gunwale. And so we had boat covered in a safe place in the stern where a man might stand to wield the steering oar, for the boats were double-bowed, and each boat we made the same preparation, lashing all moving articles, and preparing to meet so great a storm we might fill the heart with terror. For the sky cried out to us there be no light wind, and further, the great swell from the south grew huge with every hour that passed, though as it was without virulence, being slow and oily against, and black against the redness of the sky. Presently, we were ready, and had cast over the bundle of oars and the mast, which was to serve as our sea anchor, and so we lay waiting. It was at this time the bosun called over to draw certain advice regard which lay before us, and after that 2 of the men sculled the boats a little apart, for might be danger of their being dashed together the violence of the storm. And so came the time of waiting, with Josh and the bosun, each of them steering the oars, and the rest of us stowed away under the coverings. From where I crouched near the bosun, I had sight of Josh away at our port side. He was standing up, black as the shape of the night against the mighty redness, when the boat came to a foamless grounds of the swells, and gone from sight into the hollows between. Now midday had come and gone, and we made shift to eat so good as a meal as our appetites would allow for we had no knowledge how long it might be here before we have a chance of another, if indeed we ever need to think more of such. Then In the middle part of the afternoon, we heard the first cryings of the storm, a far distant moaning, rising and falling most solemnly. Presently, all the southern parts of the horizon, so high up, maybe at 7 to 10 degrees, was blotted by a great black wall of cloud, over which the red glare came down upon the great swells as though from light from a vast and unseen fire. It was about this time that I observed the sun had the appearance of a great full moon, being pale and clearly defined, and seeming to have no warmth or brilliance. And this, as may be imagined, seemed most strange to us, then more so because of the redness in the south and the east. All this while the swells increased most prodigiously, without making broken water. Yet they informed us that we had done well to make such precautions, for surely they were raised by a very great storm. A little before evening, moaning came again. Then a space of silence, after which there rose a very sudden bellowing as the wild beasts, and then once more the silence. About this time, the bosun making no objection, I raised my head above the cover until I was standing position, for until now I had taken no more than occasional peeps. And I was very glad of the trance my limbs, for I had grown mightily cramped. Having stirred the sluggishness of my blood, I sat me down again. But in such position I could see every part of the horizon without difficulty. Ahead of us, that is to the south, I saw now the great wall of cloud had risen some further degrees, and there was something less of the redness, though indeed there was left to it sufficiently terrifying, for it appeared to crest the black cloud like red foam, seeming, it might be, as though a mighty sea made ready to break over the world. Towards the west, the sun was sinking behind a curious red-tinted haze, and gave the appearance of a dull red disk. To the north, seeming very high in the sky, were some flecks of cloud lying motionless in the very pretty rose color. And I may remark that all the sea to the north of us appeared as a very ocean of dull red fire, though, as might expected, the swells coming up from the south against the light were many exceeding great hills of the blackness. It was just after I made these observations that we heard again the distant roaring of the storm. And I know now not how to convey the exceeding terror of the sound. It was though some mighty beast growled from down towards the south, and it seemed to make very clear to me that we were but two small craft in a very lonesome place. Then, even while the roaring lasted, I saw a sudden light flare up, and it was the edge of the southern horizon. It had somewhat the appearance of lightning, yet vanished not immediately, as is the wont of the lightning, and more, It had not been my experience to witness such a spring up out of the sea, but rather down from the heavens. Yet I little doubt but that is what a form of lightning, for it came many times after this, so that I had a chance to observe it minutely. And frequently as I watched, the storm would shout at us in the most fearsome manner. Then, when the sun was low upon the horizon, there came to our ears a very shrill, screaming noise, most penetrating and distressing, and immediately afterwards the bosun shouted out something in a harp's voice, and commenced to sway furious upon the steering oar. I saw his stare fixed upon a point a little on our lower bow bow, and perceived that in the direction the sea was blown about up into vast clouds of dust like froth, and I knew that the storm was upon us. Immediately afterwards a cold blast struck us, but we suffered no harm, for the boatswain had gotten the boat bows on by this. The wind passed us, and there was an instant of calm, and now the air above us was full of a continuous roaring, a very loud and intense. I was like to be deafened. To windward I perceived an enormous wall of spray bring down upon us, and I heard again the shrill screaming pierce through the roaring. Then the bosun whipped up his oar over under the cover and reached forward, drew the canvas aft, so it covered the entire boat, and he held it down against the gunwale upon the starboard side, shouting in my ear to do likewise upon the larboard. Now, had it not been for this forethought on the part of the bosun, we all have been dead men. And this may have been better believed when I explain what I felt. The water falling upon the stout canvas overhead, tons and tons, though so beaten to froth as the lack of stability to sink and crush us. I said I felt, for I would make it clear as it may be, once and for all, that so intense was the roaring and screaming of the elements that no sound could have penetrated to us. No, not the pealing of the almighty thunders. And so, for the space of maybe a full minute, the boat quivered and shook most violently, so that she seemed like she had shaken in pieces, and from a dozen places between the gunwale and the covering canvas, the water spurted upon us. And one thing I would make mention of, during the last minute the boat had ceased to rise and fall against the great swell, and whether this was because the sea flattened by a rush of the wind, or by the excess of the storm held her steady, I am unable to tell, and can put down that only which we felt. Now and a little the first fury of the blast being spent, the boat began to sway side to side. The wind blew now upon one beam and now upon the other, and several times we were stricken heavily with the blows of solid water. And presently this ceased, and we returned once again to the rise and fall of the swell. Only that now we received a cruel jerk every time the boat came upon the top of a sea. And so a while passed. Towards midnight, as I should judge, there came some mighty flames of lightning, so bright they lit up the boat through the double coverings of canvas. Yet no man heard aught of the thunder, for the roaring of the storm made all else silence. And so to the dawn, after which, finding we were still by the mercy of God possessed of our lives, we made shift to eat and drink, after which we slept. Now being extremely wearied by the stress of the past night, I slumbered through many hours of the storm, waking at some time between noon and evening. Overhead, as I lay looking upwards, the canvas showed of the dull leaden color, laughing obliquely at the wiles of the dash, spray, and water. And so presently, having eaten again, and feeling all things lay upon the hands of the Almighty, I came once again upon more sleep. Twice through the following night I was awakened by the boat being hurled upon her beam ends, by the blows of the sea slightly righted easily, and took scarce any water, the canvas proving a very roof of safety. And so the morning came again. Being now rested, I crawled after to where the bosun lay, and the noise of the storm lulling all instants, shouted his ear to know whether the wind was easing at the whiles. To this he nodded, whereat I felt most joyful sense of hope pulse through me, and ate such food as could be gotten with a very good relish. In the afternoon the sun broke out suddenly, lighting up the boat most gloomily through the wet canvas. Yet a very welcome light it was, and bred in us hope the storm was near to breaking. In a little the sun disappeared, but presently was coming again, and the bosun beckoned me to assist him, and remove such temporary nails as we used to fasten down the part of the canvas, and push back the covering into a space sufficient to allow our heads to go through into the daylight. On looking out, I discovered the air to be full of spray, beaten as fine dust, and then, before I could note aught else, a loud gout of water took me in the face with such a force to deprive me of breath. So I had to descend beneath the canvas for a little while. So soon I recovered, I forced forth my head again, and now the sight of the terrors around us. As the huge sea came towards us, the boat shot up to meet it, right up to its very crest, and there, for a space of some instants, we would seem to be swamped into a very ocean of foam, boiling up on each side of the boat to a height of many feet. Then the sea passing from under us, we would go swooping dizzily down the great black, frost-splotched back of the wave, until oncoming sea caught us most mightily. The odd wiles of the crest of the sea would hurl forward before we had reached the top, and though the boat shot upward like a veritable feather, yet the water would swirl right over us, and we would have to draw in our heads most suddenly. In such cases, the wind flapping uncovered down, soon our heads were removed, and a part of the way in the boat amidst the seas were at the very sense of terror in the air, and the continuous roaring and a howling of the storm, the screaming of the foam as the frothy summits of the briny mountains hurled past us, and the wind that tore the breath out of our weak human throats, are things scarce to be conceived. Presently we drew in our heads, the sun having vanished again, and nailed down the canvas once more, and prepared for the night. From here on until the morning, I have very little knowledge of any happenings, for I slept much of the time, and for the rest, there was little to no cooped up beneath the cover. Nothing save for the inimitable thundering swoops of the boat downwards, and then the halt and hurl upward, and the occasional plunges and surges to larboard or starboard, occasioned, I can only suppose, by the indiscriminate might of the seas. I would make mention here how that I had little thought all this while for the pearls of the other boat, and indeed I was so very full of her own that no matter which to wonder. However, as it proved, and as this most suitable place in which to tell, the boat that held Josh and the rest of the crew came through the storm with safety, though it was not until many years after that I had good fortune to hear from Josh himself how that after the storm they were picked up by a homeward vessel and landed in the port of London. And now, to our own happenings.
Noises in the valley. Now, so soon as we got in the boat to safety, the which we did with most feverish haste, the boatswain gave his attention to job, for the boy had not yet recovered from the blow which the loom of the oar had dealt him beneath the chin when the monster snatched it. For a while, his attentions produced no effect, but presently, having bathed, the lad's face with water from the sea, and rubbed rum into his chest over the heart, the youth began to show signs of life, and soon opened his eyes, whereupon the boatswain gave him a stiff jorum of the rum, after which he asked him how he seemed in himself. To this the job replied in a weak voice that he was dizzy, and his head and neck ached badly. On hearing which, the boatswain bade him to keep laying until he had come more to himself. And he was not like to come to any harm there. At the distance, under directing of the boatswain, we made prepared dinner, for now we were very hungry. It seems a great while since we had broken our fast. To this end, the boatswain sent two of the men across the island to gather some of the dry seaweed, for we intended to cook some of the salt meat, this being the first cooked meal since the ending, the meat which we had boiled before leaving the ship in the creek. In the meanwhile, and until the return of the men with the fuel, the boatswain kept us busied in various ways. Do he send to cut a bundle of the reeds and top another couple things to bring the meat in the iron boiler. The latter being one that we had taken from the old brig. Presently, the man returned with dry seaweed, and very curious stuff it seemed, some of it being chunks near as thick as the man's body, but exceeding brittle in reason of its dryness. And so in a little, we had a very good fire going, which we fed the seaweed and pieces of the reed, though we found the latter to be different fuel, having too much sap, and being troublesome break in convenient size. Now when the fire had grown red and hot, the bosun filled the boiler with seawater, in which he placed the meat in the pan, having a stout lid. He did not scruple to place it in the very heart of the fire, so that we soon had the contents boiling merrily. Having gotten the dinner out of the way, the bosun set about preparing our camp for the night, which we did by making a rough framework of the reeds, over which we spread the boat's sails and the cover, pegging the canvas down with tough splinters of the reed. And this was completed. We set out and carried all of our stores, after which the bosun took us over to the other side of the island to gather fuel for the night, which we did, each man bearing a great double armful. Now, by the time that we had brought over, each of us, 2 loads of the fuel, we found the meat to be cooked, and so, without more to do, set ourselves down and made a very good meal of it, and some biscuits, after we each had us a sound tot of the rum. Having made an end of the eating and drinking, the bosun went over to where Job lay to inquire how he felt, and found him laying very quiet, though his breathing had a heavy touch about it. However, we could conceive nothing by which he might be bothered, so we left him, being more hopeful that nature would bring him to health than any of the skills we possessed. By the time it was late afternoon, so the bosun declared we might please ourselves until sunset, deeming that we had earned a very good rest. But that from sunset until dawn we should, he told us, have each of us take a turn to turn and watch. For though we were no longer upon the water, none may say whether we were out of danger or not, as witness the happenings of the morning, though certainly he apprehended no danger from the devilfish so long as we kept away from the water's edge. And so, from now until dark, most of the men slept. But the bosun spent much of that time in overhauling the boat to see how it might chance to suffer during the storm, and also whether the struggles of the devilfish had strained it in any way. And indeed, it was speedily evident that the boat needed some attention, for the blank in her bottom next but one to the kneel upon the starboard side had been burst inward. This having been done, it would seem, by a rock hidden in the beach just beneath the water's edge, and the devilfish having no doubt the ground the boat upon it. Happily, the damage was not so great, though it would most certainly have to be carefully repaired before the boat would be seaworthy. For the rest, there seemed to be no other part of needing attention. Now, I had not felt any call to sleep, so I followed the bosun to the boat, and giving him a hand to remove the bottom boards, and finally slew her bottom a little upwards so they might examine the leak more closely. And when we made an end with the boat, he went over the stores and looked closely into their condition. And also seeing how they were lasting, and after that he sounded all water breakers, having done which he remarked that it would be good for and be well for us if we could discover any fresh water upon the inland. By this time, it was getting on towards evening, and the bosun went over the sea job. Finding him as much as he lay there, been when we visited him after dinner. At that, the bosun asked me to bring across one of the longer the bottom boards, which I did, and we made uses of a stretcher to carry the lad into the tent. Afterwards, we carried all the loose woodwork of the boat into the tent, emptying the lockers of the contents, which included some oakum, a small boat's hatchet, a coil of 1.5-inch hempline, and a good saw, an empty coarse oil tin and a bag of copper nails and some bolts and washers, 2 fishing lines, 3 spare thulls, 3-pronged grain without the shaft, 2 balls of spunyard, 3 hanks of roping twine, a piece of canvas with 4 rope needles stuck in it, and a boat's lamp, a spare plug, and a roll of light dock for the making of the boat's sails. And so, presently, the dark came down upon the island, at which the boatswain waked the men and bade them to throw more fuel onto the fire, which had burned down to a mound of glowing embers, much shouted and ash. After that, one of them filled the boiler with fresh water, and soon we occupied a most pleasantly upon supper of cold boiled salted meat, our biscuits, and rum mixed with hot water. During this supper, the boatswain made it clear to the men regarding the watches, arranging how they should follow, so that I found I was set down to take my turn from midnight until 1 of the clock. And he explained to them about the first plank at the bottom of the boat, and how one might put right before we could hope to leave the island. And after that we should have to go most strictly with the victuals, for there seemed to be nothing upon the island that we had up till then discovered fit to satisfy our bellies. More than this, if we could find no fresh water, we should have distilled some to make up for that which we had drunk. And this must be done before leaving the island. By now, the time that the boatswain had made to an end of explaining these matters, we had ceased from eating, and soon after this we made each one of us comfortable in a place in the sand within the tent, and lay down to sleep. For a while, I found myself very wakeful, which may have been because of the warmth of the night. Indeed, at last I got up and went out of the tent, conceiving that I might the better find sleep in the open air. I fell soon into a deep slumber, which at first was dreamless. Presently, however, I came upon a very strange and unsettling dream. For I dreamed that I had been left alone on the island, and was sitting very desolate upon the edge of the bronze-scrubbed pit, when I was aware suddenly that it was very dark and very silent. I began to shiver, for it seemed to me that something which repulsed my whole being had come quietly behind me, as I tried mightily to turn and look into the shadows among the great fungi that stood all about me. But I had no power to turn and the thing was coming nearer, though the sound never came to me, and I gave out a scream, or tried to, but my voice made no stir in the resounding quiet. And then something wet and cold touched my face and slithered down and covered my mouth. And was there for a wild, breathless moment. It passed onward and fell into my throat and stayed there. Someone stumbled and fell over my feet, and at that I was suddenly awake. It was a man on the watch making a walk around the back of the tent, and he had not known of my presence till he fell over my boots. He was somewhat shaken and startled, as he might be supposed, but steadily himself, leaning on what was no wild creature, crouched there in the shadow, but all the time as I answered his inquiries, I was full of a strange and hard feeling that something had left me at the moment of my awakening. There was a slight, hateful odor in my nostrils that was not altogether familiar. And then, suddenly, I was aware that my face was damp, and there was a curious sense of a tingling in my throat. I put my hand to my face, and my hand, when I brought it away, was slippery with slime. And at that, I put my other hand to my throat, and there was the same, only addition there was a slight swelled place to one side of the windpipe, the sort of place that a bite of mosquito would make. But I had no thought to blame any mosquito. Now, stumbling the man over me, my awakening, and the discovery my throat and face were beslimed were but the happenings of some few short instances. Then I was on my feet and followed him around to the fire, for I had a sense of chilliness and great desire not to be alone. Now, having come to the fire, I took up some of the water that had been left in the boiler, washed my face and neck, after which I felt more my own man. Then I asked the man to look into my throat to see what he might give some idea of the manner of the swelling as seemed. And he, lighting a piece of the dry seaweed he tacked as a torch, made an examination of my neck, but could see little, save for the number of small ring-like marks, red inwardly and white at the edges, as one of them had been bleeding slightly. After that, I asked him whether he'd been seeing anything moving around the tent, but he had seen nothing during all the time he'd been on watch, though it was true that he heard odd noises, but nothing near at hand. Of the places on my throat to think but little, suggesting I'd been bitten by some sort of sandfly. But at that, I shook my head and I told him of my dream. And after that, he was anxious to keep near me as I to him. And so, the night passed onward until my turn came to watch. For a little while, the man who I believe sat beside me, having, I conceived, the kindly intent of keeping me company. But so soon as I perceived this, I entreated him to go and get some sleep, assuring him that I had no more feelings of fear, and that such had been mine upon waking and discovering the state of my face and throat. Upon this he consented to leave me, and so, in a little, I sat alone beside the fire. For a certain space, I kept very quiet, but no sound came to me of the surrounding darkness, so, as though it were a fresh thing, it was born in me upon how that we were in a very abominable place of lonesomeness and desolation, and I grew very solemn. As I sat at the fire, which had not been replenished for the while, I dwindled steadily until I gave it a fresh, dullish glow around, and then in the direction of the valley, I suddenly heard the sound of a dull thud. The noise coming to me through the stillness with a very startling clearness. At that, I perceived that I was not doing my duty to the rest, nor to myself, by sitting allowing the fire to cease from flaming and immediately reproaching myself. I seized and cast a mass of the dry weed on the fire. So great a blaze shot up into the night, and afterwards I glanced quickly to the right and left, holding my cut and thrust very ready. Almost thankfully to the Almighty, I brought no harm to any by reason of my carelessness, which I incline me to believe that some strange inertia which is bred by fear. And then, even as I looked about me, there came to me a silence of the beach, a fresh noise, a continual, soft slithering to and fro at the bottom of the lake, as though multitudes of creatures moved stealthily. At this, I threw yet more fuel upon the fire, and after that I fixed my gaze in the direction of the valley. Thus, in this instant, it seemed to me that I saw a certain thing, as it might be a shadow, moved on to the outer borders of the firelight. Now the man who had kept watch before me had left his spear stuck upright in the sand convenient to my grasp, and seeing something moving. I seized the weapon and hurled it with all my strength in its direction. But there came no answering cry to tell that I had struck anything living. And immediately afterwards there fell once more a great silence upon the island, being broken by a splash far out upon the weed. It may be conceived that with truth above happenings, that put a very considerable strain on my nerves. That's so that I looked to and fro continually, with ever and anon a quick glance behind me. For it seemed to me that I expect some kind of demonic creature to rush at me at any moment. Yet, for the space of many minutes, there came to me neither any sight nor sound of living creature, so that I knew not what to think, being near to doubting if I heard anything beyond the common. And then, even as I made a halt upon the threshold of doubt, I was sure that I had not been mistaken, for abruptly I was aware that the valley was full of rustling, scampering sort of noise. Through there came to me occasional soft thuds, and anon the former slithering sounds, and that, thinking a host of evil things upon us, I cried out to the bosun and the men to awake. Immediately upon my shout, the bosun rushed out from the tent, the men following, each one with a weapon save for the man who left a spear in the sand. And that lay somewhere beyond the light of the fire. Then the bosun shouted to know what had caused me to cry out, but I replied nothing, only held my hand up for quietness. Yet this was granted. The noises in the valley had ceased, so that the bosun turned to me, being in need of some explanation. But I begged him to hark a little longer, which he did, and the sound recommencing almost immediately, he heard sufficient to know that and not wait, and all without due cause. And then, as we stood, each one of us staring into the darkness where lay the valley, I seemed to see again some shadowy thing upon the boundary of the firelight, and in the same instant one of the men cried out and cast his spear into the darkness. But the bosun turned upon him with very great anger, for in throwing his weapon, the man had left himself without, and thus done brought danger to the whole. Yet, as will be remembered, I had done likewise but a little since. Presently, there coming again a quietness within the valley, and not knowing what might be towards, The bosun caught up a mass of the dry weed, and lighting it at the fire, he ran towards the portion of the beach which lay between us and the valley. Here he cast upon the sand, singing outcome of the men to bring more weed, so that we might have a fire there, and thus be able to see anything made to come at us out of the deepest of the hollow. Presently, we had a very good fire, and by the light of this, the two spears discovered, both of them stuck in the sand, and no more than a yard from each other, which seemed to me a very strange thing. Now, for a while after lighting the second fire, there came no further sounds of the direction of the valley. Nothing indeed to break the quietness of the island. Save for the occasional lonely splashes that sounded from time to time out in the vastness of the weed continent. And about an hour after I'd waked the bosun, one of the men who had been tending the fires came up to him to say that we followed. We had come to the end of our weed fuel. At that, the bosun looked very blank, the which did the rest of us, as we well might. Yet there was no help for it, until one of the men bethought him the remainder of the bundle of reeds which we had cut, and which, burning but poorly, we had discarded for the weed, but was discovered at the back of the tent we could feed the fire that burned between us and the valley. But the others we suffered to die out. The reeds were not sufficient to support even the one until dawn. At last, whilst it was still dark out, we came to the end of our fuel, and as the fuel died down, so did the noise in the valley recommence. And there we stood, in the glowing dark, each one of us keeping a very ready weapon, and a more ready glance. And at times the island would be mightily quiet, and then again the sounds of things crawling in the valley. Yet, I think the silences tried us more. And so, at last came the dawn. Yes. What happened in the dusk? Now, with the coming of the dawn, a lasting silence. Now, with the coming dawn, a lasting silence stole across the island into the valley, and conceiving that we had nothing more to fear, the boatswain bade us to get some rest whilst he kept watch. And so I got to have at last, a very substantial little spell of sleep, which made me fit enough for the day's work. Presently, after some hours had passed, the boatswain rounded us to go with him to the further side of the island to gather fuel. And so, as we were back with each load, so that we had a little, we would have the fire going right merrily. Now, for breakfast, we had a hash of broken biscuit, salt meat, and some shellfish which the boatswain picked up from the beach at the foot of the further hill, all being right liberally flavored with some of the vinegar which the boatswain kept, which said would keep down any scurvy that might be threatening us. And at the end of the meal he served out a little of the molasses, which we mixed with hot water and drank. The meal being ended, he went into the tent to look at a job, which he had done already in the early morning, for the condition of the lad preyed somewhat upon him, he being, for all the size and top roughness, a man of surprisingly tender heart. Yet the boy remained much as the previous evening, so that we knew not what to do with him to bring him into better health. One thing we tried, knowing not that food has passed his lips since the previous morning, and that there was to get some little quantity of hot water, rum, and molasses down his throat, for it seemed to us he might die from the very lack of food. But though we worked with him for far more than half an hour, we could not get him to come to sufficiently to take anything in without that we feared of suffocating him. And so, presently, we had the perforce to leave him within the tent and to go about our business, for there was very much that need to be done. Yet, before we did all else, the boatswain led us all into the valley, being determined to make a very thorough exploration of it. Perchance there might be any lurking beast or devil thing waiting to rush out and destroy us as we worked. And more, he would make each search that he might discover the manners of the creatures that disturbed our night. Now, in the morning, when we had gone for the fuel, we had enough. We had kept to the upper skirt of the valley where the rock of the near hill came down into the spongy ground. But now we were stuck right into the middle of the vale, making a way amid the mighty fungi into the pit-like opening that filled the bottom of the valley. Now, though, the ground was very soft. There was in it so much springness that it left no trace of our steps after we had gone on a little way. None, that is, save in odd places. A wet patch followed upon our treading. Then when we got ourselves near to the pit, the ground became softer so that our feet sank into it and left very real impressions. Here we found tracks of the most curious and bewildering, fermented slush that edged the pit, which I can mention here had less the look of a pit now that I come near to it, were multitudes of markings which I likened to nothing so much as the tracks of mighty slugs amidst the mud, only that they were all not together like that of slugs, for there were other markings. Such might have been made by bunches of eels cast down and picked up continuously. At least this is what they suggested to me, and I do put it down as much. Apart from the markings which I had mentioned, there was everywhere a deal of slime, and this we all traced all over the valley among the great toadstool pants. But beyond that which I've already marked, we found nothing. Nay, I was near to forgetting when we found quantity of this thin slime upon those fungi which filled the end of the valley nearest to our encampment. And here are also many of them fresh, broken, or uprooted. And there was the same mark of the beast upon them, and I'll remember the dull thuds that I heard in the night, and it made little doubt that these creatures had climbed the great toadstool so they might spy us out, and it may be that many climbed upon one, and so that the weight broke the fungi, or unrooted them at least. So the thought came to me. And so we made an end to our search. And after that, the bosun set each one of us to work. But first, let us all back to the beach to give a hand to turn over the boat so that he might get to the damaged part. Now having the bottom of the boat full to its views, he made a discovery there was other damage than that of the burst plank. For the bottom of the plank had come away from the keel, which seemed to us a very serious matter, though it did not show the boat was upon her bilges. Yet the bosun assured us that no doubt she could be made seaworthy, though it would be greater while than hitherto he had thought needful. Having concluded his examination of the boat, the bosun sent one of the men to bring the bottom boards out of the tent, for he needed some planking for the repair. Yet when the boards had been brought, he needed still something which they could not supply. And this was a length of very sound wood for some 3 inches in breadth each way, which he intended to bolt against the starboard side of the keel. After he got into the planking replaced so far it was possible, he had hopes that by means of this device to be able to nail the bottom plank into this, then cock it with oakum, so making the boat almost sound as ever. Now hearing him express his need for a piece of timber, we were all adrift to know whence such a thing could be gotten, until came the sudden memory of the mast and topmast on the other side of the island, and at once I made mention of them. At that the bosun nodded, saying we might get the timber out of it, though it would be work requiring some considerable labor, and that we only had one handsaw and a small hatchet. Then he sent us across to be getting it clear of the weed, promising to follow when he made an end of trying to get two displaced back into position. Having reached the spars, we set to with a very good will to shift away the weed and wrack that has been piled over them, and very much entangled with the rigging. Presently we had laid them to bear, and so discovered them to be in remarkably sound condition, the lower mast especially being a fine piece of timber. The lower topmost rigging was still attached, though in places the lower rigging was stranded so far halfway up the shrouds. Yet there remained much that was good and quite free from rot, and the very finest quality of white hemp, such is only only in the best vessels. About the time we had finished clearing the weed, the bosun came over us, bringing with him the saw and the hatchet. Under his directions, we cut the lanyards of the topmost rigging, and after that sawed through the topmast just above the cap. Now this was very tough piece of work, and employed the great part of the morning. And even though we took turn at the saw, and when it was done, we were mightily glad that the bosun bade one of the men to go over with some weed and make the fire up for dinner. After which he put on a piece of salt the meat to boil. In the meantime, the bosun started cutting through the topmast, about 15 feet beyond the first cut, for that was the length of the batten he required. Yet so wearisome was the work that we got more than halfway through with it before the man whom the bosun sent returned to say dinner was ready. When he was dispatched, and we had rested a little over our pipes, the bosun rose and led us back, for he was determined to get through the topmast before dark. Presently, relieving each other frequently, we completed the second cut, and after that the bosun set us to saw a block about 12 inches deep from the remaining portion of the topmast. From this, when we cut it, he proceeded to hew wedges with a hatchet. Then he noticed near the end of the 15-foot log, and into the notch he drove the wedges, and so, towards evening, as much, maybe by good luck of as good management, he had divided the log into the two halves, running fairly down the center. Now, perceiving that it drew near sundown, he bade the men to haste and gather weed and carry it across to our camp. But one thing he set along the shore and searched for the shellfish among the weed. Yet he himself ceased not to work at the divided log, and kept me as his helper. Thus, within the next hour, we had a length maybe some 4 inches in diameter, split off the whole length of one of the halves, and with this he was very well content, though it seemed but as little result for so much labor. By this time the dusk was upon us, and the men had made end of wheat carrying. We returned to us and stood out, waiting for the boatswain to go to the camp. At this, the man who the boatswain sent to gather shellfish, and he had a great crab upon his spear, which he had spitted through the belly. This creature could not have been less than a foot across, and the back. It had a very formidable appearance. He had proved to be the most tasty matter of our supper, when it had been placed for a long while in the boiling water. Now, so soon as this man returned, we made once for the camp, carrying with us the piece of timber for which we had hewn from the topmast. By this time it was quite dusk, and the very strange amid the fungi struck across the upper edge of the valley opposite to the beach. Particularly, I noticed that the hateful, moldy odor of these monstrous vegetables was more offensive than I found it to be in the daytime. Though this may be because I used my nose the more, and that I cannot use my eyes to great extent. We had gotten halfway across the top of the valley, and the gloom was deepening steadily, when we stole upon the calmness of the evening air. A faint smell, something quite different from that of the surrounding fungi. A moment later I got a great whiff of it, and was near sickened with the abomination of it. But apparently the foul thing which had come to the side of the boat in the dawn gloom before we discovered the island roused me a terror beyond that, the sickness of my stomach. For suddenly I knew what matter of things that had been slimed in my face and throat upon the previous night, and left this hideous stench lingering in my nostrils. With that knowledge, I cried out to the boatswain to make haste, for there were demons with us in the valley, and that some of the men made to run, but he bade them in grim voice to stay where they were and keep well together, else they be attacked and overcome, strangled all among the fungi in the dark, and this being, I doubt not much, in fear of rounding dark as the bosom, they did, and so we came safely out of the valley, though there seemed to follow us a little lower down the slope an uncanny slithering. And now, so soon as we reached the camp, the boatswain ordered us 4 fires to be lit, one on each side of the tent, and when we did this lighting of them, the embers of our old fire, which we had most foolishly allowed to die then, when the fires had been going, we put on the boiler and treated the crab, as I already mentioned, so fell upon our very hearty supper. But as we ate, each man had his weapon stuck in the sand beside him, for we had the knowledge that the valley held some devilish thing, or maybe many, though the knowing did not spoil our appetites. And so presently we came to the end of our eating, which each man pulled out a pipe intending to smoke, but the boatswain told the men to get upon his feet and watch, else might be in danger of surprise. Every man lolling upon the sand, it seemed to me very good sense, for it's easy to see that the men too readily deem themselves secure by reason of the brightness of the fires about them. Now, whilst the men take their ease within the circles of the fire, the boatswain lit one of the dips which we had out of the ship in the creek, and went to see how job was. After the day's rest, at that, I rose up, reproaching myself for forgotten to pour lad, and followed him into the boatswain into the tent. Yet as he reached the ocean, when he gave out a loud cry and held the candle low to the sand, at that I saw the reason for his agitation, for in the place that we had left job, there was nothing. I stepped into the tent, and the same tent came to my nostrils the faint odor of the horrible stench which came to me in the valley, and before then from the thing that came to the side of the boat. And suddenly I knew the job had fallen prey to one of those foul things, and knowing this, I called out to the boatswain that they had taken the boy, and then my eyes caught the smear of slime upon the sand, and I had the proof. I was not mistaken. Now, so soon as the boatswain knew all that was in my mind, though it need not corroborate with what's come to his own, he came swiftly out of the tent, bidding the men to stand back, for they had all come around the entrance, being very much discomposed, as much as the boatswain had discovered. Then the boatswain took from the bundle of reeds which they had cut at the time when he had bidden them to gather his fuel, several of the thickest, and to one of these he bound a great mass of the dry weed, whereupon the men, divining his intention likewise with the others, and so we each had of us the wherewithal for a mighty torch. As soon as we completed our preparations, we took each man his weapon, and plunging into the torches and the fire, set off along the track, which had been made by the devil things in the poor body of poor Job. For now, we had suspicion that the harm had come to him, and the marks in the sand and the slime were very plain to be seen. It was a wonder that we had discovered them earlier. Now the boatswain led the way, and finding the marks led directly to the valley, he broke into a run, holding his torch well above his head, and then each of us likewise, for we had great desire to be together, and further than this, I think the truth I might say, we all fierce to avenge Job, so that we had less fear in our hearts than otherwise had been the case. In less than half a minute, we reached the end of the valley, but here, the ground being of a nature not happily revealing of the tracks, we were at fault to know which direction to continue. At that, the boatswain set a loud shout to Job, perchance he might yet be alive, Yet no came no answer to us, save a low, uncomfortable echo. The bosom desired to waste no time, ran straight towards the valley and we followed, and keep our eyes very open about us. When we had perhaps gotten halfway, when one of the men shouted that he had saw something ahead, but the bosun had seen it earlier, for he was running straight down upon it, holding his torch high and swinging his great cutlass. Then, instead of smiting, he fell upon his knees beside it. The following instant we were up behind him, and in that moment he seemed to me that I saw the number of white shapes melt swiftly in the shadows further ahead, but I had no thought for these when I perceived that I witched the noosome belt, for it was the stark body of Job, and no inch of it was covered with the little ring marks that I discovered upon my throat, and from every place ran a trickle of blood, so that he was a most horrid and fearsome sight. At the sight of Joe so mangled and be-bled, there came over us a quiet of mortal terror, and that in the space of silence the bosun placed his hand over the poor lad's heart, but there was no movement, though his body was still warm. Immediately upon that he rose to his feet, and look of vast wrath was upon his great face. He plucked his torch from the ground, into which he had plunged the shaft, and stared into the silence of the valley, for there was no living thing in sight, save for the great fungi and that strange shadow cast by our great torches, and the loneliness. At this moment, one of the men's torches had burnt near out. They all fell to pieces, so that they had nothing but the child's support. Immediately 2 more came to a like, and upon this we became afraid we would not last to get back to the camp, and we looked at the bosun to know his wish. But the man was very silent, peering everywhere into the shadows. Then a 4th torch fell to the ground in a shower of embers. I turned and looked. In the same instant came a great flare of light behind me, accompanied by a dull thud of dry matter set suddenly alight. I glanced swiftly back to the bosun, and he was staring up at one of the giant toadstools, which was in flames along the nearer edge, and burning with incredible fury, sending out spears of flame, and on to these sharp reports, and each report of fine powder was splashed in thin streams, which in getting to our throats and nostrils set us sneezing and coughing almost lamentably, so that I was convinced that had any enemy come upon this moment, we had been undone by the reason of our uncouth helplessness. And now, whether it come to the bosun to set alight this first of the fungi, I know not, for it may be that his torch coming to chance against a sedative fire. However it chanced, the bosun took it as a veritable hint from Providence, and was already setting his torch to another one a little further off, whilst the rest of us were near to choking with our coughing and sneezings, yet that we were so suddenly overcome by the potency of the powder,
I doubt if a full minute passed before each one was bruised after the manner of the bosun, and whose torches had burned out, knocking flame pieces from the burning fungus. And these impaled upon their torch sticks did so much excursions as any. And thus, it happened within 5 minutes of this discovery of Joe's body that the whole of that hideous valley sent up heaven to the reek of its burning, whilst we filled the murderous desires, ran hither and thither with our weapons to seeking and destroy the vile creatures that had brought the poor lad to such an unholy death. Yet nowhere could we discover any brute or creature upon the ease of our vengeance, and so presently the valley becoming impassable by the reason of the heat, the flying sparks, and the abundance of the acrid dust, we made it back to the body of the boar, and bore him thence to shore. During the night, no man of us slept, and the burning fungi sent up a mighty pillar of flame out of the valley as the mouth of the monstrous pit, and when morning came it still burned. Then when it was daylight, some of us slept, being greatly awearied, but some kept watch. And when we waked, was a great wind and rain in the island. The light and the weed. Now the wind was very violent from the sea, and threatened to blow down our tent, which, indeed, it achieved at last as we made it out a cheerless breakfast. Yet, the bosun bade us not to trouble to put it up again, but spread it out, with the edges raised upon the props from the reeds, so that we might capture some of the rainwater, for it became imperative that we should renew our supply before setting out to sea again. And whilst some of us were bruised about this, he took the others and set up a small tent made from the spare canvas. And under this he sheltered all of the matters that might be harmed by the rain. And a little, the rain continually very violent. We had near a beaker full of rain collected in the canvas, and were about to run it off into one of the beakers when the bosun cried out for us to hold, and first taste the water before we mixed it with what we already had. At that, we poured down our hands and scooped up some of the water to taste, and thus we discovered it to be brackish and quite undrinkable, at which I was amazed until the bosun reminded us that the canvas had been saturated for many days with salt water, so that it would take a great quantity of fresh water before all the salt was washed out. Then he told us to lay flat on the beach and scour it well on both sides with sand, and we did, and afterwards let the rain rinse it well. Whereupon the next water we caught we found to be near fresh, though not for sufficiently for our purpose. Yet, when we rinsed it once more, it became clear as salt, so that we were able to keep it. All that we caught further. And then
Something before noon, the rain ceased to fall, through the coming again at odd times and short squalls. Yet the wind died not, and blew steadily, and continued so from the quarter and during the remainder of the time that we were upon the inland. Upon the ceasing of the rain, the boatswain called us all together. We might make a decent burial of the unfortunate lad, whose remains had lain during the night upon one of the bottom boards of the boat. After a little discussion, it was decided to bury him in the beach, forming a part where there was soft earth in the valley, and none of us had the stomach for that place. Moreover, the sand was soft and easy to dig, and as we had no proper tools, this was a great consideration. Presently, using the bottom oars and a hatchet, we had the place large and deep enough to hold the boy, and so there we placed him. We made no prayer over him, but stood about the grave for a little space, in silence. And the boatswain signed for us to fill in the sand, and therewith cover up the poor lad, and left him to his sleep. And presently we made our dinner, after which the boatswain served out to each of us sound tot of the rum, for he was minded to bring us back again to a cheerful state of mind. After we had sat a while, smoking, the boatswain divided us into two parties to make a search through the island among the rocks. Perchance we find water collected from the rain among the hollows and crevasses, or we had gotten some. Though our device with a sail, yet we had no means caught sufficient for our needs. He was especially anxious for the haste, and that the sun had come out again, for he feared that such a small pools as we would find would be speedily dried up by the heat. The boatswain headed one party, and set the big seaman over the other, bidding all to keep their weapons very handy. And then he set out to the rocks about the base of the near hill, sending the others to the farther and greater one. And each party we carried an empty breaker slung from a couple of the stout reeds, so that we might be able to pull all such driblets as we should find straight away into it, before they had time to vanish into the hot air. For the purpose of bailing with the water, we had brought with us our tin pankins and one of the boat's bailers. And while, after much scrambling amid the rocks, we came upon a little pool of water that was remarkably sweet and fresh. And from this we removed near 3 gallons before it became dry. And after that, we came across maybe 5 or 6 others, but not one of them near so big as the first. Yet we were not displeased, for we had near 3 parts filled the breaker, and so we made back to camp, having some wonder as to the luck of the other party. When we came near the camp, we found the others returned before us, seeming in very high content with themselves, so that we had no need to call them as to whether they had filled their breaker.
When they saw us, they set out to run and tell us they had come up on a great basin of fresh water in a deep hollow a third the distance of the side of the far hill. And at this, the bosun bade us put down a breaker and make a hell of us to the hill, so we might examine for himself whether the news was good as it seemed. Presently, being guided by the other party, we pressed around to look at the back of the far hill, and discovered it go upward to the top at an easy slope, with many ledges and broken places, so that it was scarce more difficult to climb than a stair to climb. And so, having climbed perhaps 90 or 100 feet, we came suddenly upon the place which held the water, and found that they had not made too much of the discovery, for the pool was near 20 feet long by 12 broad, and so clear as it come from the fountain, yet at considerable depth, as we discovered by thrusting a spear shaft down into it. Now, the bosun, having seen himself how good of a supply of water was for our needs, seemed very much relieved in his mind, and declared that within 3 days at most we might leave the island, at which we felt none of us any regret. Indeed, the boat escaped harm. We were able to leave the same day, but this cannot be, for there was much to be done before we had her seaworthy again. Having waited until the bosun had made complete his examination, turned to descend, thinking that this would be the bosun's intention, but he called us to stay, and looking back, we saw that he made to finish the ascent of the hill. At that, we hastened to follow him. No, we had no notion of the reason for going higher. Presently we were come to the top, and we found a very spacious place. I say level, save that in 1 or 2 parts it was crossed by deepish cracks, maybe half a foot to a foot wide, and perhaps 3 to 6 fathoms long. But apart from these and some great boulders, it was, as I mentioned, a spacious place. Moreover, it was bone dry, and pleasantly firm under one's feet, after so long upon the sand. I think, even thus early, I had some notion of the bosun's design, for I went to the edge that overlooked the valley and peered down, and finding it a nigh sheer precipice, I found myself nodding my head as though it were in accordance with some part of formed wish. Presently, looking about me, I discovered the bosun to be serving that part which looked over towards the weed, and I made across to join him. Here, again, I saw that the hill fell in a way very sheer, and after that we went across towards the seaward edge, and there it was, near as abrupt as it was on the weed side. Then, having by this time thought a little further upon the matter, I put it straight to the bosun that we would make indeed a very secure camping place, with nothing to come at us upon our sides or our back, and our front, where there was a slope, could be watched with ease. And this I put to him with great warmth, for I was mortally in dread of the coming night. Now, when I had made end of speaking, the bosun disclosed to me that this was, as I had suspicion, his intent, and immediately he called to the men that we should haste down and ship our camp to the top of the hill. At that, the men expressed their approbation and made haste every one of us to the camp, and began straightway to move our gear to the hilltop. In the meantime, the bosun, taking me to assist him, set again upon the boat, being intent to get his batten nicely shaped and fit to the side of the keel. The line would be bed well to the keel, but particularly into the plank which had sprung outward from its place. And this he labored the greater part of that afternoon, using a little hatchet to shape the wood, which he did with surprising skill. Yet when an evening was come, he had not brought it to his liking, but it must not be thought that he did not but work at the boat, for he had the men to direct, and once he had made his way to the top of the hill to fix the place for a tent, and after the tent was up, he seemed to carry the dry wheat to the new camp. And at this, he kept them until near dusk, for he had vowed never again to be without a sufficiency of fuel. But two of the men he sent to collect shellfish, putting two of them to the task, but he would not have one alone upon the island, not knowing but that there might be danger, even though it were a bright day, and a most happy ruling it proved. For a little past the middle of the afternoon, we heard them shouting at the other Indian valley, and not knowing that they were in need of assistance, we ran with all haste to discover the reason upon their calling, passing along the right-hand side of the blackened and sodden vale. Upon reaching the further beach, where we saw the most incredible gift, for the two men running towards us through the thick masses of the weed, well no more than 4 or 5 fathoms behind them, they pursued by an enormous crab, now a height of the crab we had tried to capture before the coming into the island, a prodigy, unsurpassed. But this creature was more than treble its size, seeming as though prodigious stable were a chase of them, and moreover, spite its monstrous bulk, it made better way of the weed than I should conceive to be possible, running almost sideways, and with one enormous claw risen near 12 feet into the air. Now, whether omitting accidents, the men would have made good their escape to the firmer ground of the valley, where they could have attained to a greater speed, I do not know. But suddenly one of them tripped over a loop of the weed, and the next instant lay helpless upon his face. He had been dead the following moment, but for the pluck of his companion, who faced round manfully upon the monster, and it ran at it with his 20-foot spear. It seemed to me that the spear took about a foot below the overhanging armor of the great back shell, and I could see that it penetrated some distance into the creature, the men having by aid of Providence stricken it in a vulnerable part. Upon receiving his thrust, the mighty crab ceased at his pursuit and clipped at the haft of the spear with its great mandible, snubbing the weapon more easily than done the same thing to a straw. By the time we had raced up to the men, one who had stumbled was again upon his feet, turning to assist his comrade. But the bosun snatched his spear for him and leapt forward himself, for the crab was making now at the other men. Now the bosun did not attempt to thrust a spear into the monster, but he made 2 swift blows at the protruding eyes, and in the moment the creature had girdled itself up helpless, save that the huge claw waved about aimlessly. At that, the bosun drew us off, though the man who had attacked the crab desired to make an end of it, averring that we should have very good eating out of it. But of this the bosun would not listen, telling him he was yet capable of very deadly mischief. Did any but come within reach of his prodigious mandible. And after this he bade them to look no more selfish, but take out the 2 fishing lines which we had and see if we could catch aught, some safe ledge on the other side of the hill which we made our camp. And then he returned to the mending of the boat. It was a little before the evening came upon the island that he bosun ceased to work, and after that he called the men who had made end of the fuel carrying were standing near to place the full beakers, which we had not thought needful to carry to the new camp on account of the weight under the upturned boat, some holding up the gunwale whilst the others pushed them under. The bosun laid the unfinished batten along with them, and we lowered the boat again over the tawl, trusting its weight to prevent any creature from meddling with aught. After that, we made at once to the camp, being wearifully tired with hurry anticipation of supper. Upon reaching the hilltop, the men who the bosun sent with the lines came to show a very fine fish, something like a huge kingfish, which they had caught a few minutes earlier. This the bosun, after examining, did not hesitate to pronounce fit for food, whereupon they set to open and clean it. Now I have said, it was not unlike a great kingfish, and like it had a mouthful of formidable teeth, the use of which I understood the better when I saw the contents of its stomach, which seemed to consist of nothing but the coiled tentacles of squid or cuttlefish, with which I had shown the weed continents swarmed. When these were upset upon the rock, I was confounded to perceive the length and thickness of some of them, and could only see that the particular fish must have been very desperate enemy to them, and was successful to attack the monsters of a bulk infinity greater than its own. After this, once the supper was preparing, the bosun called to some of the men to put up a piece of the spare canvas upon a couple of the reeds, so to make a screen against the wind, which was so fresh that it came near times to scattering the fire abroad. This they found not difficult, for a little on the windward side of the fire ran one of the cracks which I had made provision mention, as they jammed the supports, and in so very little time at the fire screamed. Presently, the supper was ready, and I found the fish to be very fair eating, though somewhat coarse. But this was no greater matter for concern, with so empty a stomach as I contained. And here I would remark that we made our fishing save our provisions, though we're to all stay on the island. Then, as we come to the near end of our eating, we lay down to a most comfortable smoke, for we had no fear at the time of the attack. And that height, and with the precipice upon all sides, faint, and that lay in front. Yet so soon we had rested, smoked a while, the bosom set the watches, for he would run no risk through carelessness. By the time the night was drawing on apace, yet it was not so dark that one could not perceive the matters at a very reasonable distance. Being in a mood that tended to thoughtfulness, the feeling, a desire to be alone for a little, I strolled away from the fire to the leeward edge of the hilltop. Here I paced up and down a little while, smoking and meditating, and on I would stare across the immensity of the vast continent of weed and slime that stretched its incredible desolation out beyond the darkening horizon. And there would come the thought to me of the terror of men whose vessels have been entangled among the strange growths. And so my thoughts came to the lone derelict that lay out there in the dusk, and I fell to wondering what had been the end of her people, and at that I grew yet more solemn in my heart. For it seemed to me they must have died, last by starvation, and if not by that, then by the act of some of the devil creatures which inhabited the lonely weed world. And then, even as I fell upon this thought, the bosun clapped me on the shoulder and told me in a very hearty way to come to the light of the fire and banish all melancholy thoughts. For he had been a very penetrating discernment, and had followed me quietly from the camping place, having a reason once or twice before tried me for gloomy meditations. And for this, and many other matters, I had grown to like the man, the which I could almost believe at times was his regarding of me. But his words were too few for me to gather his feelings, though I had hoped that they were as I surmised. And so I came back to the fire, and presently, not being my time to watch until after midnight, I turned to the tent for a spell of sleep, having first arranged a comfortable spread of some of the softer portions of the dry weed to make a bed. And now I was full asleep, so that I slept heavily, and in this wise heard not the man on watch that called the bosun, yet rousing of the others, waked me. And so I came to myself and found the tent tent empty, at which I ran early to the doorway and discovered that there was a clear moon in the sky, which, by the reason of the cloudlessness that had prevailed, we had been without for the past 2 nights. Moreover, the sultriness had gone, the wind having blown away the clouds. Yet though, maybe I appreciated this, but in a half-conscious manner, for I was put about to discover the whereabouts of the men, and the reason of their leaving the tent. With this purpose, I stepped out of the entrance. In this instant, I discovered them all in a clump beside the leeward edge of the hilltop, and that I held my tongue, for I knew not what silence might be their desire. But I ran hastily over to them and inquired of the bosom what manner of thing which called them from their sleep. And he, for answered, pointed out the greatness of the weed continent. At that, I stared out over the breadth of the weed, showing very closely in the moonlight. But for the moment, I saw not a thing to which he purposed to draw my attention. And then suddenly it fell within the circles of my gaze. I stared with bewildered eyes. Then it came to me with abruptness that the light shone from the lone derrick laying out in the weed. The same that upon that very evening I had looked with the sorrow and awe, because at the end of those who had been in her. And now, behold, a light burning, seemingly within one of her after cabins, though the moon was scarce powerful enough to enable the outline of the hulk to be seen clear of the rounding wilderness. And from this time until the day, we had no more sleep, but made up the fire and sat around it, full of excitement and wonder, and getting up continually to discover the light still burned. This ceased to do about an hour after I had seen it, but there was more proof that some of our kind were no mere than half a mile from the camp. And at last, the day came. The signals from the ship. Now soon after it was clearly light, we went all of us to the leeward brow of the hill to stare upon the derelict, which now we had cause to believe no derelict but an inhabited vessel. Yet though we watched her for upwards of 2 hours, we could discover no sign of any living creature, the which, indeed, we had in cooler minds. We had not thought strange, seeing that she was all shut in by the great superstructure, but they were not hot to see a fellow creature. After so much lonesomeness and terror in strange land and seas, and so could not by any means contain ourselves in patience until those aboard the hulk should choose to discover themselves to us. And so, at last, being wearied with watching, we made it up together to shout when the boatswain should give us the signal, and by this means making a good volume of sound which we conceived the wind might carry down to the vessel.
Yet though we raised many shouts, making it seem to us a very great noise, there came no response from the ship. And at last, we were fain to cease from our calling, and ponder about some other way of bringing ourselves to the notice of those within the hulk. For a while, we talked about proposing one thing and some another, but none of them seeming to achieve our purpose. And after that we fell to marveling that the fire which we had lit in the valley had not awakened them to the fact that some of their fellow creatures were upon this island. Or had it? We could not suppose that they would have kept a perpetual watch upon the island till some time as they should be able to attract our notice. Nay, more than this, it was scarce credible that they should not have made an answering fire, or set some of the bunting above the superstructure, so that our gaze should rest upon them the instant we had chanced to glance towards the hulk. But so far from this, there appeared even a purpose to shun our attention, for that light which we viewed in the past night was more in the way of an accident than of the nature for a purposeful expedition. And so, presently we went to breakfast, eating heartily. Our night of wakefulness have given us mighty appetites, but for all that, we were so engrossed by the mystery of the lonesome craft that I doubt if any of us knew what manner of food is which we filled our bellies. For the first one view of the matter would be raised, and when this had been combated, another would be broached, and this wise came up to finally that something of the men were falling in doubt whether the ship was inhabited by anything human, saying rather that it might be held by some domestic creature of the great wheat continent. At this position, there came among us a very uncomfortable silence, for it did not only did it chill the warmth of our hopes, but it seemed like to provide us with a fresh terror, who were already acquainted with too much. Then the boatswain spoke, laughing with a hearty contempt at our sudden fears, and pointed out that it was just like that they aboard the ship had been put fear by the great blaze from the valley, as they should take it as a sign of fellow creatures and friends were at hand. For as he put it to us, who of us could say what fell brutes and demons the weed cotton did hold? And we had reason to know that there are very dread things among the weed. How much more must they, who had, for all that we knew, been many years beset by such? And so as he went to make it clear, we might suppose that they very well aware there had come some creatures to the island, yet maybe they desired not to make themselves known until they had given sight of them. Because of this, we must wait until they choose to discover themselves to us. Now when the boatswain had made end, we felt each one of us greatly cheered, for his discourse seemed very reasonable. Yet still there were many matters that troubled our company. For, as one put it, was it not mighty strange that we had not at provision sight of the light, or in the day of smoke from the gallery fire?
But to this bosun replied, our camp hitherto had lain in a place where we had not the sight, even of the great world of weed, leaving alone any view of the derelict, and more. At such times as would cross the opposite beach, we had been too occupied so sincerely to have much thought to watch the bulk, which indeed, from that position showed only her great superstructure. Further, that, until the preceding day, we had once climbed to any height that from our present camp the derelict could not be viewed, and to do so, we had to go near the leeward edge of the hilltop. And so, after breakfast being ended, we went all of us to see if there were yet any signs of life in the hulk. But when 1 hour had gone, we were no wiser, and therefore, it being folly to waste further time, the boatswain left one man to watch from the brow of the hill, charging him very strictly to keep watch in such position as he could be seen by any aboard the silent craft, and so took the rest down to assist him in the repairing of the boat. And from thence, on during the day, he gave a man a turn each at watching, telling them to wave to him should there be any sign from the hulk. Yet expecting the watch, he kept every man so busy as he might be, some bringing weed to keep the fire which had lit near the boat, one to help him turn the whole of the batten upon which he labored, and 2 he sent across the wreck of the mast to detach one of the forelock's shrouds, which, as it's most rare, were made of iron rods. This, when they brought it, he had bade me heat in the fire, and afterwards beat out straight at one end, and when this was done, he set me to burn holes with it through the keel of the boat, at such places he had marked, for these being the bolts which he had determined to fasten on the batten. In the meanwhile, he continued to shape the batten until it was a very good and true fit according to his liking. And while he cried out to this man and to that one to do this or that, and so I perceived that what from the necessity of getting a boat into a seaworthy condition, he was desirous to keep the men busy, for they were to become so excited that fought the fellow creatures almost within hail, that he cannot hope to keep them sufficiently in hand with some matter upon which they employ them. Now, it must not be supposed that the bosom had no share of our excitement, for I noticed that he gave ever and anon a glance to the crown of the far hill. Perchance the watchman had some news for us. Yet the morning went by, and no signal came to tell us that the people in the ship had designed to show themselves to the man upon the watch. And so we came to dinner, and this meal, as we might be supposed, we had a second discussion upon the strangeness of the behavior of those aboard the hulk. Yet none could give any more reasonable explanation than the boatswain had given in the morning, so we left it at that. Presently, when we had smoked and rested very comfortably, for the boatswain was no tyrant. We rose at his bidding to descend once more near the beach,
But at this moment, one of the men, having run to the edge of the hill to take a short look at the hulk, cried out that part of the great superstructure of the quarter had been removed or pushed back, and that there was a figure there, seeming, so far as his unaided sight could tell, to be looking through a spyglass at the island. Now it would be difficult to tell of all excitement at this news, and we ran eagerly to see ourselves if it could be as formed as us. And so it was, for we could see the person very clearly, through the mote and small because of the distance that he had seen us. We discovered in a moment, for he suddenly to wave something which I judged to be the spyglass, in a very wild manner, seeming also to be jumping up and down. Yet I doubt not but that we were so much as excited, for I suddenly discovered myself to be shouting with the rest in a most insane fashion. Moreover, I was waving my hands and running to and fro upon the brow of the hill. Then I observed that the figure on the hulk had disappeared, but it was for no more than a moment. And then it was back in there, near a dozen with it, and it seemed to me that some of them were females, but the distance was over great for surety. Now all these, all of them seeing us upon the brow of the hill, where we must have shown up in plain against the sky, we began at once to wave in a very frantic way, and we replying in like manner, shouted ourselves hoarse with vain greetings. But soon we grew wearied of this unsatisfactoriness, of this method of showing our excitement, and one took a piece of the square canvas and let it stream out into the wind, waving it to them, and another took up second piece and did likewise, while third man rolled up a short bit into a cone, and made use of it as a speaking trumpet, though I doubt as if his voice was carried any further because of it. For my part, I seized one of those long bamboo-like reeds which were laying about near the fire, and with this, making a very brave show. And so it seemed how very great and ingenious was our exhalation upon our discovery of these poor people, shut off from the world within that loathsome craft. And then suddenly it come to us to realize that they were among the weed, and we upon the hilltop, and that we had no means of bridging which lay between. And at this we faced another to discuss what we should do to effect the rescue of those within the hulk. Yet it was little that we could even suggest, for though one spoke of how he had seen a rope cast by means of motor to the ship that lay offshore, yet this helped us not, for we had no mortar. But here the very same man cried out that they in the ship might have such a thing, so that would be able to shoot to us the rope. And at this we thought a little more upon his saying, for if they had such a weapon, then might our difficulties be solved. Yet we were greatly at a loss not to know how we should discover whether they were possessed of one, and to further explain our design to them. But here the boatswain came to our help, and bade one man to go quickly and charge some of the reeds in the fire. Whilst this was doing, he sped out upon one of the rocks the spare lengths of canvas, and he sung out to the man to bring him one of the pieces of the charcoal read. And with this he wrote our question upon the canvas, calling for fresh charcoal as he required it. Then, having made an end of the writing, he bade two of the men take hold of the canvas by the ends and expose it to the view of those in the ship. And in a manner we got them to understand our desires. For presently some of them went away and came back after a little and held up for us to see a very great square of white, and upon it a great no. And at this we were again at our wits' ends to know how it would be possible to rescue those within the ship. For suddenly our whole desire to leave the island was changed in determination to rescue the people in the hulk. Indeed, had our intentions not been such that we had veritable curves, though I am happy to tell that we had not thought of this juncture, but for those who were now looking for us to restore them once more to the world to which they had been so long strangers. Now, as I said, we were again at our wits' ends to know how to come at those within the hulk. And there we stood, all of us, talking together. Perchance we would hit upon the same plan, and anon we would turn and wave to those who watched us so anxiously. Yet a while passed, and we had come no nearer the methods of rescue. Then thought came to me, waked perchance by the mention of shooting a rope over to the bulk by means of motor. How that I once read in a book of a fair maid whose lover effected an escape from the castle by simple artifice, only that in his case he made use of a bow in place of a motor, and a cord instead of a rope, his sweetheart hauling up the rope by means of the cord. Now it seemed to me a possible thing to substitute a bow for the motor, but we could only find the material with which to make such a weapon, and in this view I took up one of the lengths of the bamboo reed and tried the spring of it, for which I found to be very good. For this curious growth, of which I have spoken hitherto as a reed, had no resemblance to that plant beyond its appearance, it being extraordinarily tough and woody and having considerably more nature than a bamboo. Now, having tried the spring of it, I went over to the tent to cut a piece of the sanspaline, which I found among the ear, and with this at the reed I contrived a rough bow. Then I looked about until I came upon a very young and slender reed, which had been cut with the rest, and from this I fashioned some sort of an arrow, feathering it with a piece of one of the broad, stiff leaves which grew upon the plant, and after that I went forth to the crowd about the leeward edge of the hill. Now they saw me thus armed. They seemed to think I intended a jest, and some of them laughed, conceiving that this was very odd action on my part. But when I explained that which was in my mind, they ceased from laughter and shook their heads, making that I did but waste for time. As they said, nothing save gunpowder could ever cover so great a distance. And after that they turned again to the bosom, for some of them seemed to be in argument, and so for a little space I held my peace and listened. Thus I discovered that certain of the men advocated for taking of the boat,
so as soon as it was sufficiently repaired, and making passage through the weed to the ship, was proposed to do by cutting a narrow channel. But the boatswain shook his head and reminded them of the great devilfish and the crabs, and the worst things which a weed concealed, saying that those in the ship would have done long since have been possible, and that the men were silenced, being robbed of the reason adored by his warnings. Now, just at this point, there happened a thing which proved the wisdom of which the boatswain contended for. For suddenly one of the men cried out for us to look, and when we turned, we saw that there was a great commotion among those who were in the open place of the superstructure. For they were running this way and that, and someone pushing it aside, which filled the opening. And then, immediately we saw the reason for their agitation, and near the haste there was a stir in the weed near the stem of the ship, and in the next instant, a monstrous tentacle reached up to the place where there had been the opening, but the door was shut, and those aboard in the hulk in safety. At this manifestation, the men about me I proposed to make use of the boat, and the others also cried out in the horror of the vast creature. And I am convinced, had the rescue depended upon use of the boat, then those in the hulk have been forever doomed. Now, conceding this was a good point at which to renew my opportunities, I began once again with the probabilities of our plan succeeding, addressing myself more practically, particularly to the boatswain. I told how that I had read that the ancients made mighty weapons, so much that they could throw a great stone too, so heavy as 2 men, over a distance surpassing a quarter of a mile. Moreover, that they compassed huge catapults which threw a lance or a great arrow even further. On this, he expressed much surprise, never heard of the like, but doubted greatly that we should be able to construct such a weapon. Yet I told him I was prepared, for I had a plan I one clearly in mind, and further I pointed out to him that we had the wind in our favor, and that there were a great height up, which would allow the arrow to travel further before it came so low as the weed. And then I stepped to the edge of the hill, and bidding him watch as I fitted my arrow to the string, and having bent the bow, loosed it, whereupon, being aided by the wind and the height on which I stood, the arrow plunged into the weed at a distance nearly 200 yards from where we stood, and that being but a quarter of the distance of the road to the derelict. At that, the boatswain was won over by my idea. As he remarked, the arrow followed near that had been drawing a length of yarn after it. At this I assented, but pointed out that my bow and arrow was but a rough affair, and more, that I was no archer. Yet I promised him with the bow that I could make, to cast the shaft clean over the bulk. But he did not give me his assistance, and bid the men to help. Now I have come to regard it in the light of my greater knowledge. My promise was exceeding rash, but I had faith in my conception, and was very eager to put it to test, the which was after much discussion at supper. It was decided I should be allowed to do so.
making of the great bow. The fourth night was upon the island was the first to pass without incident. It is true that a light shone from the hawk out in the weed, but now that we made some acquaintance with her inmates, it was no longer a cause for excitement, so much contemplation. As for the valley, where the vile things made an end of job, it was very silent and desolate under the moonlight, for I made the point to go and view it during my time on watch. Yet, for all that laid empty, it was very eerie, and a place to conjure up uncomfortable thoughts, so that I spent no great time pondering it. This was the second night on which we had been free from the terror of the devil things, and it seemed to me that the great fire had put them in fear of us and driven them away. But the truth, or error of this idea, I was to learn later. Now, it must be admitted that apart from the short look into the valley, and occasionally staring at the light out in the weed, I gave little attention to art, not my plans for the great bow. And to such use did I put my time, that when I was relieved, I had each particular and detail worked out, so that I knew very well just what to set the men to doing so soon as we should start in the morning. Presently, when the morning had come and we had made breakfast, we turned to thee upon the great bow, the boatswain directing the men under my supervision. Now the first matter to which I bent attention was the raising to the top of the hill the remaining half portion of the topmast, which the motion split in twain to produce the batten for the boat. To this end, we went down, all of us, to the beach where lay the wreckage, and getting about the portion which I intended to use, carried it to the foot of the hill, and we sent men to the top to let down the rope by which we had moored the boat to the sea anchor. And when we had bent this on securely to a piece of timber, we returned to the hilltop and tailed onto the rope. And so, presently after much weariful pulling, had it up. The next thing I desired was to split the face of the timber should be rubbed straight. And this the boatswain understood to do. Whilst about it, they went with some of the men to the grove of fresh reeds, and here, with great care, I made my selection of some of the finest, these being for the bow, and after that I cut some that were very clean and straight, intending them for the great arrows. With these trimmed, we returned once more to the camp, and there I set to and trimmed down their leaves, keeping these latter for I'd use for them. Then I took a dozen reeds and cut them each to the length of 25 feet, and afterwards notched them for the strings. In the meanwhile, I had sent 2 men down to the wreckage of the mast to cut away a couple of the hempen shrouds and bring them to the camp. And they, appearing about this time, I set to work to unlay the shrouds so that they might get out of the fine white yards which lay beneath the outer covering of the tar and backing. These, when they had come at them, we found to be very good and sound. This being so, I bid them to make 3 yards sinnet, meaning for the new strings of the bow. Now, it will be observed that I have said bows, and this I'll explain. It had been my original intention to make one great bow, lashing dozen reeds together for this purpose. But this, upon pondering it, convinced to but be a poor plan. So, for there be much life and power lost in the rendering of each through the lashings, when the bow released, to obviate this, and further to compass the bending of the bow, the which had at first the source of puzzlement how it was going to be accomplished, I determined to make 12 separate bows, and these I intended to fasten at the end of the stock, one above the other, so they were all in one plane vertically. And because of this conception, I should be able to bend the bows one at a time, and slip each string over the catch notch, and afterwards fap the 12 strings together in the middle part, so there would be but one string up the butt of the arrow. All this I explained to Buzzin, who indeed had been exercised in his own mind how we were to be able to bend such a bow I intended to make. And he was mightily pleased with the method of evading this difficulty, and also one other, which else had been greater than the bending, and that was the stringing of the bow, which it proved to be very awkward work. Presently, the bosun called me out. He had got the surface of the stock sufficiently smooth and nice, and that I went over to him, for now I wished him to burn a slight groove down the center running from end to end, and this I desired to be done very exactly, for upon it depended much of the true flight of the arrow. Then when I went back to my own work, for I had not yet finished notching the bows, presently, then I had made an end of this. I called for length of the sinnet, and with the aid of another man, contrived to string one of the bows. This, when I had finished, found to be very springy, and so stiff to bend that I had all that I could manage to do so. And at this I felt very satisfied. Presently, it occurred to me that I should do well to set some of the men to work upon the line which the arrow was to carry. I determined that this would also form the white hemp yards, and For the sake of lightness, I convinced that one thickness of yarn should be sufficient, but so that it may compass enough strength. I bid them to split the yarns, and they two halves up together. In this manner, they made me a very light and sound line. Through it must not be supposed that the finished at once, for I needed the other half mile of it, and thus it was later finished than the bow itself. Having gotten all things in train, I set down to work upon one of the arrows, for I was anxious to see what sort of a fist I should make of them, knowing how much would depend upon the balance and truth of the missile. In the end, I made a very fair one, feathering it with its own leaves and turning it, smoothing it with my knife. Afterwards, I inserted a small bolt in the forward end to act as a head, and as I conceived, give it balance. Though whether I was right in this latter, I am unable to say. Yet before I had finished my arrow, the boatswain had made the groove and called me over to him, that I might admire it. The which I did, for it was done with a wonderful neatness. Now that I've been so busy with my description of how he made the bow, I'm going to tell you of the flight of time, and how we eaten our dinner this long while since, and how the people in the hog had waved to us and we have returned their signals, and written upon the length of canvas one word: wait. And besides all this time, and gather our fuel for the coming night. And so presently the evening came upon us, but we ceased not to work, for the boatswain bade the men to light a second great fire beside our former one. And by the light of this we worked another long spell, though it seemed short enough, by reason of the interest of the work. Yet at last the boatswain bade us stop and make supper, which we did, and after that he set watches, and the rest of us turned in, for we were very weary. In spite of the previous weariness, when the man who I relieved called me to take my watch, I felt very fresh and wide awake, and spent a great part of the time as on preceding night in studying over my plans for completing the great bow. And it was then I decided finally in what manner I should cure the bow thwart to the end of the stock. For until then I had been in little doubt, being divided between several methods. However, I concluded to make 12 grooves across the sewn end of the stock, and fitted in the middles of the bows into these, one above the other, as I've already mentioned, and then lashed them to each side of the bolts driven into the sides of the stock. And with this idea, I was very well pleased, for I promised to make them secure, and this without any great amount of work. Now, though I spent much my time in thinking over the details of my prodigious weapon, Yet it must not be supposed that I neglected to perform my duty as a watchman, for I continually walked around the top of the hill, keeping my curtains thrust ready for any sudden emergency. Yet my time passed off quietly enough. Oh, it is true that I witnessed one thing which brought me a short spell of disquiet, though. It was in this wise. I had come to that part of the hilltop which overhung the valley, and it came to me abruptly to go near the edge and look over. Thus, the moon being very bright, and the desolation of the valley reasonably clear to the eye, it appeared to me as I saw movement among certain of the fungi which had not burned, but stood up shriveled and blackened in the valley. Yet by no means could I be sure that I was not a sudden fancy, born of the eeriness of that desolate-looking vale, the more so as I was like to be deceived by the uncertainty which the light of the moon gives. Yet to prove my doubts, I went back until I found a piece of rock easy to throw, and this, taking a short rod, I cast into the valley, aiming at the spot where it seemed to me the movement. Immediately upon this, I got a glimpse of some moving thing, and then more to my right, something else stirred, and at this, I looked towards it, but I could discover nothing. Then, looking back at the clump which I aimed my missile, I saw the slime-covered pool which lay near us was all a quiver, or so it seemed. Yet the next instant I was just as full of doubt, for even as I watched it, I observed that it was quite still, and after that for some time I kept a very strict gaze into the valley, yet could nowhere discover aught to prove my suspicions. And at last I ceased from watching it, for I feared to grow fanciful, and so wandered to that part of the hill which overlooked the weed. Presently, when I have been relieved, I return to sleep, and so till the morning. Then, when we had made each a hasty breakfast, for all were grown mightily keen to see the great bow completed, we set upon it, each at our appointed tasks. Thus, the boatswain and I made it our work to make the 12 grooves athwart the flat end of the stock, into which I proposed to fit and lash the bows. This we accomplished by the means of iron full-duck shroud, which was heated in its middle part, and then each end taking an end, protecting our hands with the canvas. We went one on each side and applied the iron until, at length, we had the groove spurt out very nicely and accurately. This work occupied us all the morning, for the grooves had deeply burnt, and in the meantime the men had clearly near enough tenet or string of the bows. Yet those who were at work on the line which the arrow was kept to carry had scarce made more than half. Oh,
I called off one man from the Senate to turn to and give me a hand with the making of the line. And it was ended. The bosun and I set about fitting the bows into their places, which we did, and lashed them to 24 bolts, 12 aside, driven into the timber of the stock, about 12 inches from the end. After this, we bent and strung the bows, taking very great care to bend exactly as the one below it. We started at the bottom, and so, before sunset, we had part of our work ended. Now, because of the 2 fires which we had lit on the previous night and exhausted our fuel, the bosun deemed it prudent to cease work and go down, all of us, to bring up a fresh supply of the dry seaweed and some bundles of the reeds. This we did, making an end of our journeyings just as the dusk came over the island. And having made a second fire, as on the preceding night, we had first our supper, and after that another spell of work, all the men turning upon the line which the arrow was to carry. Once the bosun and I set to, each of us, upon making a fresh arrow, for I realized that we should make 1 or 2 flights before we could hope to find out our range and make true our aim. Later, maybe about 9 of night, the bosun made us all to put away our work. Then he set watches, after which the rest of us went into the tents for sleep, for the strength of the wind made the shelter a very pleasant thing. That night, when it came to my turn to watch, I minded me to take a look into the valley. But though I watched at intervals through half an hour, I saw nothing that led me to imagine that I had indeed seen aught on the previous night. And so I felt more confident in my mind that we should be troubled no further by the devil things which had destroyed poor Job. Yet, I must record one thing I saw during my watch, though this was from the edge of the hilltop, which overlooked the weed continent, was not in the valley, but in the stretch of clear water which lay between the island and the weed. As I saw it, it seemed to be a great number of fish were swimming across the island, diagonally towards the great continent of weed. They were swimming in one wake and keeping a very regular line, but not breaking the water after the manner of the purpose of the black fish. Yet though I have mentioned this, it must not be supposed that I saw any very strange thing in such a sight. And indeed, I thought nothing of it more than wonder what sort of fish it might be. For as I saw them indistinctly in the moonlight, they made a queer appearance, seeming of each of them to be possessed by 2 tails. And further,
I could have thought I preserved a flicker as of tentacles just beneath the surface. But this, I was no means of sure. Upon the following morning, having hurried over our breakfast, each of us sat again upon our tasks. For we were in the hopes to have the great bow at work before dinner. Soon after the bosun had finished his arrow, and mine was completed very shortly after. Though that there lacked nothing now to the completion of our work, save the finishing of the line, and the getting of the bow into position. This latter, assisted by the men, we proceeded now to effect, make a level bed of rocks near the edge of the hill which overlooked the weed, and upon this we placed the great bow, and having sent the men back to work at the line, we proceeded aiming the huge weapon. When we had gotten into the instrument pointed, as we conceived, straight over the hulk, which we accomplished by squinting along the curve which the bosun had burnt down the center of the stock. We turned upon to the ranging of the notch and trigger. The notch being to hold the strings, then the weapon was set. The trigger, a bore bolted on loosely at the side just below the notch, to push them upwards out of this place we were designed to discharge the bow. This part of the work took up no great portion of time, and soon we had all ready for our first flight. Then we commenced to set the bows, bending the bottom one first, and in turn the ones above, until all were set. Then after that, we laid the arrow carefully in the groove. I took 2 pieces of spaniard, wrapped the strings around each other at the end of the notch, and by this means I was assured that all the strings would act in unison when striking the butt of the arrow. And so we had all things ready for discharge, whereupon I placed my foot on the trigger, and bidding the bosun to watch carefully the flight of the arrow, pushed downwards. The next instant, with a mighty twang, and the quiver made a great stock stir on the bed of rocks. The bow sprang to its lesser tension, hurling the arrow outwards and upwards in a vast arc. Now it may be conceived that with moral interest we watched its flight, and so in a minute discovered we had aimed much to the right, for the arrow stuck in the weed ahead of the hulk, but beyond it. And at this I filled near to bursting with pride and joy, and the men who had come forward to witness the trial shouted to acclaim my success, whilst the bolts clapped me twice upon the shoulder to signify his regard, and shouted as loud as any. And now it seemed that we had but get to the true aim, and the true rescue of those in the hulk. Would be but a matter of another day or 2, for having gotten a line to the hulk, we should haul across a thin rope by its means,
and with this a thicker one, and after we should set this up so taut possible, and then bring the people into the hook to the island by means of seating block, which we should haul to and fro along the supporting line. Now, having realized that the bow would indeed carry so far to the wreck, we made haste to try a second arrow, and at this time we bade the men to go back to their work upon the line, for we should have need of it in a very little while. Presently, having pointed the bow more to the left, I took the frappings off the strings so we could bend the bow singly, and after that we set the great weapon again. Then, seeing that the arrow was straight in the groove, I replaced the frappings immediately discharged it. This time, to my very great pleasure and pride, the arrow went with wonderful straightness towards the ship, and clearing the superstructure passed out of our sight as it fell behind it. At this, I was all but impatient trying to get the line to the hulk before we made our dinner. But the men had not yet laid up sufficient, there being only 450 fathoms by which to bosom a jaw stretching it along his arms and chest. This being so, we went to dinner and made a very great haste through it, and after that every one of us worked at the line, and so about an hour we had sufficient. For I had estimated that it would not be wise to make an attempt with less than 500 fathoms. Having now completed the sufficiency of the line, the boatswain set one of the men to flake it down very carefully along upon the rock beside the bow, whilst he himself tested all parts as he thought in any way doubtful, and so presently all was ready. And then I bent down on to the arrow, and having set the bow whilst the men were flaking down the line, I was prepared immediately to discharge the weapon. Now, all in the morning the men upon the hulk had observed us through a spyglass from positioning that brought his head just above the edge of the superstructure, and being aware of our attention, having watched the previous flight, he understood the boatswain when he beckoned him that we had made ready for a third shot, and so, with answering the wave of his spyglass, he disappeared from our sight, and having first seen that we were all clear of the line, I pressed down the trigger, my heart beating very fast and thick, so in a moment the arrow was sped. Now, doubtless because of the weight of the line, it made nowhere near so good as the flight as the previous occasion. The arrow striking the weeds of 200 yards short of the hulk. At this I could near wept with vexation and disappointment. Immediately upon the failure of my shot, the boatswain called the men to hold the line very carefully, and that it should not be parted with the arrow catching in the weed. And he came over to me and proposed that we should set to at once to make a heavier arrow, suggesting there had been a lack of weight in the missile that caused it to fall short. At that, I felt once more hopeful, and then turned to at once to prepare the new arrow, and the boatswain doing likewise, though in his case he intended to make
a lighter one than that which had failed, for, as he put it, though the heavy one fell short, might be the lighter succeed, and if neither, then we could only suppose the bow lacked power to carry a line. In that case, we should have to try some other methods. In about 2 hours, I had made my arrow, and the bosun had finished his little earlier, and so, the men having hauled in the line and flaked it down ready, we prepared to make another attempt to cast over the hulk. Yet, a second time we failed, and by so much it seemed hopeless to think of success. But, for all that it appeared useless, the bosun insisted on making a last try with the light arrow, and presently, when we got the line ready again, we loosed upon the wreck. But in this case, was so long and the bow was a failure that I cried to the bosom to set the useless thing afire and burn it, for I was sorely irked by his failure, and could scarce abide to speak civilly of it. Now that was so sudden, perceiving how I felt, somehow he would cease troubling about the hulk for the present, and go down almost to gather reeds and weed for the fire, for it was drawing nigh to evening, and this we did, though in all disconsolate condition of mind, for he had seemed so near success, and now it appeared to be further than ever from us. And so, in a while, having brought up sufficiency of fuel, the bosun sent out 2 of the men down to one of the ledges which overhung the sea, and bade them to whether they could not secure a fish for our supper. And, taking our place about the fire, we fell upon a discussion as to how we should come upon the people in the hulk. For a while, there came no suggestion worthy of notice, until at last it occurred to me a notable idea, and I called out suddenly that we should make a small fire balloon, and float off the line to them by such means, and that the men, about 5, were silent for the idea for a moment, for the idea was new to them, and moreover they needed to comprehend just what I meant. Then, when I come fully at it, the one who had proposed that they should make spears of their knives cried out to know why a kite would not do, and at this I was confounded, and such a simple and expedient had not occurred to any before, for surely it would be but a little matter to float a line to them by means of a kite, and further, such a thing would take no great making. And so, after a space of talk, it was decided that on the morrow we should build some sort of kite, and fly a line over to the hulk, the which would be a task of no great difficulty with so good a breeze as we continually had with us. And presently, having made our supper a very fine fish, which the 2 fishermen had caught while we talked, the bosun set watches, and the rest turned in. In communication. The search we made for the valley of the body of Tompkins That being the name of the lost man, I have some doleful memories. But first, before we left camp, the bosun gave us all a very sound taught of the rum, and also a biscuit apiece. Thereafter, we hastened down, each man holding his weapon readily. Presently, when we come to the beach which ended the valley upon the seaward side, the bosun led us along the bottom of the hill, where the precipices came down into the softer stuff which covered the valley, and here we made a careful search. Perchance he had fallen over, and they, dead or wounded, near to our hands. But it was not so. After that, we went to the mouth of the great pit, and have discovered the mud all about it to be covered with multitudes of tracks. In addition to these and slime, we found many traces of blood, but nowhere any sign of Tompkins. And so, having searched the valley, we came out upon the weed which strew the shore near to the great weed continent, but discovered nothing until we made up towards the foot of the hill, where it came down sheer into the sea. Here I climbed onto a ledge, and the same from which men had caught their fish, thinking of that, if Tompkinson had fallen from above, he might lie in the water at the foot of the cliff, which it was here, maybe some 10 to 20 feet deep. But for a little space, I saw nothing. Then suddenly, I discovered that there was something white down in the sea away to my left, and at that, I climbed further out along the ledge. In the wise, I perceived the thing which had attracted my notice was the dead body of one of the weed men. I could see, but dimly, catching odd glimpse of it as the surface of the water smoothed at whiles. It appeared to me to be lying curled up and somewhat on its right side, and in proof that it was dead, I saw a mighty wound that had come too near, shearing away the head. And so, after further glance, I came in and told what I had seen. That, being convinced by this time that Tompkins was indeed done to death, we ceased our search. But first, before we left the spot, the bosun climbed out to get a sight of the dead weedman, and after him the rest of the men. for they were greatly curious to see clearly what manner of creature it was that attacked us in the night. Presently, seeing so much of the brute as the water would allow, they came in again to the beach, and after returned to the opposite side of the land. And so, being there, we crossed over the boat. The sea weather had been hard, but found it to be untouched. Yet, that the creatures had been all about it, we could perceive by the marks of slime upon the sand, and also by the strange trail which they had left on the soft surface. Then one of them had called out that there had been something at Job's grave, which all remembered had been the sand some little distance from our first camp. At that, we all looked, all of us, and it was easy to see that it had been disturbed, and so we ran harshly, knowing not what to fear. Thus we found it to be empty, for the monster had digged down to the poor lad's body, and of it we could discover no sign. Upon this we came to a greater horror of the wee men than ever, for we knew them now to be foul ghouls who could not let even the dead body rest in a grave. Now after this, the boatswain led us back to the top of the hill, and there he looked to our hurts, for one man had lost two fingers in the night's fray, and another had been bitten savagely in the left arm, whilst the third had all the skin of his face raised, whereas one of the brutes had fixed its tentacles, and of all these but scant attention, because of the stress of the fight. And after that, though the discovery that Tompkins was missing, however, the boatswain set to upon them, washing and binding them up, and for dressings he made use of some of the oakum which we had with us, binding on strips torn from the roll of spare duck, which we had been in the locker of the boat. For my part, seizing this chance to make some examination of my wounded toe, which indeed was causing me to limp, I found I had endured less harm than seemed to me, for the bone of the toe was untouched, yet showing bare, yet when it was cleansed, I had not overmuch pain with it, though I could suffer to have the boot on. And so bound some canvas to my foot until such time as it should be healed. Presently, when our wounds were all attended to which had taken time, for there was none of us altogether untouched, the boatswain bade the man whose fingers were damaged to lie down in the tent, and under the same order he also gave him that of the was bitten in the arm. Then the rest of us he directed to go down with him and carry up fuel, for that night has shown how our very lives depend on the sufficiency of this. And so, that morning we brought fuel to the hilltop, both reeds and weed, resting not until midday.
when he gave us further tot of rum, and after that set one of the men upon the dinner. Then he bade the man dress up and name who will propose to fly a kite over the vessel Norweed, to say whether he had any craft making in such a matter. At that, the fellow laughed and told the boatswain he would make a kite that would fly very steadily and strongly, this without the aid of a tail. And so the boatswain bade him to set without delay, for we should do well to deliver the people in the bulk afterwards, make all haste from the island, which was no better than nesting place of ghouls. Now, hearing the man say that the kite would fly with a tail, I was mightily curious to see what manner of thing he would make, for I have never seen the like, nor heard that it was possible. Yet he spoke of no more than he could accomplish, for he took two of the reeds and cut them in length about 6 feet, then bound them together in the middle so that they formed a St. Andrew's cross. And after he made 2 more such crosses, and when these completed he took 4 reeds, maybe a dozen feet long, and bade us to stand them upright in the shape of a square, so that they formed the 4 corners. And after that he took one of the crosses and laid it in the square so the 4 ends touched the 4 uprights, and in this position he lashed. Then he took the 2nd cross and lashed it midway between the top and bottom of the uprights. After that he lashed the 3rd at the top, so that all 3 of them acted as spreaders to keep the 4 longer reeds in place, as though they were for the uprights of a little square tower. Now, when he'd gotten so far as that, the boatswain called out to make our uprights a little square, blah, 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 our dinners, and this we did, and afterwards a short time in which to smoke, and whilst we were thus at our ease, the sun came out, the which had not done all day, and at that we felt vastly brighter, for the day had been very gloomy with clouds until that time, and with the loss of Tompkins, and our own fears and hurts, we have been exceedingly doleful. But now, as I have said, we become more cheerful and went very alertly to finishing of the kite. At this point, it came suddenly to the boatswain that we had made no provision of cord for the flying of the kite, and he called out to the man to know what strength the kite would require, at which Jessup answered him maybe 10 yards in it would do, and being so, the boatswain led 3 of us down to the wrecked mast upon the further beach. From this we stripped all that was left of the shrouds, and carried them hilltop, so presently having unlaid them, we set upon the sinnet using 10 yards, but plating 2 as 1, which means we progressed with more speed if we have taken them singly. At this point, it came suddenly to the... Now we worked, glanced occasionally towards Jessup, and saw that he stitched a band of the light duck around each end of the framework, which he had made, and these bands I judged to be out 4 feet wide. in this wise, leaving an opening between the two so that now the thing looks somewhat like a punchy show that only the opening was in the wrong place, and there was too much of it. After that, he bent on a bridle of the two uprights, making this a piece of good emperor we found in the tent, and then he called out to the bosun that the kite was finished. At that, the bosun went over to examine it, the which did all of us, for none of us had seen the like of such a thing, and if I misdoubt not, a few of us had much faith that it would fly, for it seemed too big and unwieldy. And now I think that Jessom gathered something of our thoughts for calling one of us to hold the kite, lest it should blow away. He went into the tent and brought out the remainder of the hemp line, saying from which he cut the bridle. This he bent on it, and giving it to the other in our hands, bade us to go back with it till all the slack had been taken up. And meanwhile, steadying the kite, then we had gone back to the extent of the line, he shouted us to make a very particular hold on it, and then swooping the kite by the bottom and threw it into the air. Whereupon, to our amazing, having swooped to one side, it steadily mounted upwards into the sky like a very bird. Now at this, as I may mention, we were astonished, for it appeared like a miracle to us to see such cumbrous a thing fly with so much grace and persistence. And further, we were mightily surprised at the manner in which it pulled upon the rope, tugging with such hardiness that we would have to loose it at our first astonishment had not been for the wetting warning on which Joseph called to us. And now, being well assured of the properness of the kite, the bosun bade us to draw in, and we did with only the difficulty of the bigness and strength of the breeze. And when we had it back upon the hilltop, Jason moored it very securely to a giant piece of rock. And after that, having received our approbation, he turned to us with upon making of the Senate. Presently, the evening drawing near, the bosun set us to the building up fires about the hilltop. And after that, having waved our good nights to the people in the hulk, we made our suppers, and lay down to smoke, after which we turned again at our plating of the Senate, which we were in very great haste to have done, and so later, the dark having come down upon the island, the bosun bade us to take burning a weed from the Senate fire and light the heaps of weed that had been stacked around the edges of the hill for that purpose. And so, in a few minutes, the whole of the hilltop was very light and cheerful, and afterwards, having put 2 men to keep watch and attend the fires, he sent the rest of us back to our Senate making, keeping us at it until about 10 of the clock, after which he arranged that 2 men at a time should watch throughout the night. Then he bade us to turn in so soon as he had looked over our various hurts. Now, when it came to my watch, I discovered I had been chosen to accompany the big seaman,
in which I was by no means displeased, for he was a most excellent fellow, and a very lusty man to have near, should anything come upon one unawares. Yet we were happy in that the night passed off without trouble of any sort, and thus came, and so at last came the morning. So soon as we made our breakfast, the boatswain took us all down to the carrying of fuel, for he saw very clearly upon a good supply of this depended our immunity from attack. And so far half the morning we worked together at gathering weeds and reeds for the fires, and then we obtained sufficiency for the coming night. He set us all to work again upon the Senate, and so until dinner, after which we turned once more upon our plating. Yet it was plain it would take several days to make sufficient line for the purpose. And because of this, the boatswain cast about his mind for which way he could quicken the production, as presently, as a result of some little thought, he brought out of the tent a long piece of hemp rope, which we moored the boat to the sea anchor, and proceeded to unlay it until he had all three strands separate, and then he bent the three together, and so had a very rough line of maybe some 180 fathoms in length. Yet, though so rough, he judged it strong enough, and thus we had much the less in it to make. Now, presently, we made our dinners, and after that, for the rest of the day, we kept very steadily to our lading, and so, with the previous day's work, we had nearly 200 fathoms completed by the time the boatswain called us to cease and come for supper. Thus, it will be seen, counting all, including the piece of line from which the Birtle had made, we may be said to at this time about 400 fathoms towards the length we needed for the purpose. This having been reckoned at 500 fathoms. After supper, having lit all the fires, we continued to work at the plating, and so until the boatswain set watches, after which we settled down for the night. First, however, letting the boatswain see to our hurts. Now, this night, like the previous, brought us no trouble, and when the day came, we had our first breakfast, and then set upon our collecting of the fuel, after which we had spent the rest of the day at the Senate, having manufactured a sufficiency by the evening, which the boatswain had celebrated by a very rousing tot of rum. Then, having made our supper, we lit the fires and had a very comfortable evening, after which he proceeded night, having the boatswain attend our wounds, and settled for the night. And on this occasion, the boatswain let a man who had lost his fingers and the one who had been bitten badly in the arm take the first turn at watching since the night of the attack. When the morning came, we were all very eager to come to flying the kite, for it seemed possible to us that we might effect the rescue of the people in the boat before the evening. And at the thought of this, we experienced a very pleasurable sense of excitement. Yet before the bosom of us touched the kite, he insisted that we should gather our usual supply and fuel, the which order, thought full of wisdom, irked us exceedingly, because of our eagerness to set about the rescue. But this was accomplished, and we were off to get the line ready, testing the knots. And seeing that it was all clear for running, yet before setting of the kite off, the bosun took us down to the further beach to bring up the foot of the royal and topgallant mast, which remained fast to the topmast. And when we had this upon the hilltop, he set ends upon 2 rocks, after which he piled a heap of great pieces around him, leaving the middle part clear. Round this he passed the kite line a couple or 3 times, then gave the end to Joseph to bend onto the bridle of his kite. And so he had all ready for paying out the wreck. And now, having nothing to do, we gathered round to watch immediately the bosun giving the signal. Joseph cast the kite into the air, and the wind catching it lifted it strongly and well, so that the bosun could scarce pay out fast enough. And now before the kite had been let go, Joseph had forward end of a great length of yarn spun so that those in the wreck could catch it as it trailed over them. And being eager to witness whether they would secure it without trouble, we all ran to the edge of the hill to watch. Thus, within 5 minutes of the time of the loosing of the kite, we saw people in the ship wave to us to cease veering, and immediately afterwards the kite came swiftly downwards, by which we knew they had the tripping line which were hauling upon it, and that we gave out a great cheer, and afterwards we sat about and smoked, waiting until they had read our instructions which we had written upon the covering of the kite. Presently, maybe half of an hour afterwards, they signaled us to halt the line, which we proceeded to do without delay. And so, after a great space, we had hauled in all the rough line and came upon the end of theirs, which proved to be a fine piece of 3-inch hemp, new and very good. Yet we cannot conceive this would stand the stress necessary to lift such great length clear of the weed, as it would be needful, or ever could hope to bring the people of the ship over in safety. So we waited some little while, and presently they signaled again to us to haul, which we did, found that they had bent on a much greater rope to the right of the 3-inch hem, having merely intended for the latter for hauling the line, which to get the heavier rope across the weed to the island. Thus, after a weariful time of pulling, we got to the end of the bigger rope up to the hilltop and discovered it to be extraordinary sound ropes, some 4-inch diameter and smoothly laid of 5 yards round, and very true, well spun, and with this we had every reason to be satisfied. At the end of the big rope they had tied a letter in a bag of oilskin, and in it they had some very warm and grateful things to us. After which, they set out a short code of signals to which would be able to understand one another on certain general manners. At the end, they asked if they could send any provisions ashore. As they explained, it would take a little while to get the rope set taut for that purpose, and the carrier fixed and in working order. Now, upon reading this letter, we called to the bosun and asked that she let us know to send some soft bread, in which he added thereto a request for lint and bandage and ointment for our hurts. In this he bade me to write upon the great leaves from off the reeds, and at the end he told me to ask if they desired to send us them any fresh water. And all of this I wrote with a sharpened splinter of reed, cutting the words into the surface of the leaf. Then, when I made the end of the writing, I gave the leaf to the bosun and he closed it in the oilskin bag. After which he gave the signals with those in the hulk to haul on the smaller line. And this they did. Presently, they signed us to pull again, which we did, and they hauled the great length of the line. We came to the oilskin band, which we found lint and bandage and ointment, and further letter which said they were baking bread and would send to us as soon as out of the oven. Now, in addition to the matters for healing our wounds, the letter, they included a bundle of paper and new sheets and some quills and inkhorn. At the end of their espitle, they begged for earnestly to send them some news of the outer world, for they had been shut up in the strange continent of Weed for something of 7 years. They told us that there were 12 of them in the hulk, 3 of them being women, one who'd been captain's wife, but he had died soon after the vessel became entangled in the weed, and along with him more than half the ship's company had been attacked by giant devilfish as they were attempting to free the vessel from the weed. And afterwards, they who were left had built the supreme structure as protection against the devilfish, and the devil men, as they have termed them. Until it had been built, there had been no safety above the decks, neither day or night. To our questions if they were in need of water, the people in the ship replied they had sufficiency, and further, they were very well supplied with provisions, for the ship had sailed from London with general cargo, among which was a vast quantity of food in various shapes and forms. At this news we were greatly pleased, seeing that we have no more anxiety regarding the lack of victuals. And so in the letter which I went to the tent to write, I put down we were in great plenitude of provisions, at which hint I guess they would add somewhat to the bread when it should be ready. And after that I wrote down such chief events as my memory called occurred in the course of the past 7 years, and then a short account of our own adventures up to that time, telling them the attack we had suffered from the weed men, and asking such questions as my curiosity and wonder prompted. Now, whilst having been writing, sitting at the mouth of the tent, I observed from time to time how the bosun was busied with the men and passing the end of the rope around the mighty boulder, which lay about 10 fathoms from the edge of the cliff which overlooked the hulk. This he did, parceling the rope where the rock was in any way sharp, so protected from being cut, which for the purpose he made some canvas, and by the time that I had let it completed, the rope was very secure to the great piece of rock, and further there were a large piece of chassis gear under the part of the rope where it took the edge of the cliff. Now having, as I said, completed the letter, I went out with it to the bosun, and before placing it in the oilskin bag, he bade me add a note to the bottom to say the big rope was all fast, and they could heave on it as soon as it pleased them. After that, we dispatched a letter by means of the small line, the men in the hall calling it after them as soon as they perceived our signals. By this, it had come well on the latter part of the afternoon, and the bosun called to us to make some sort of meal, leaving one man to watch the hawk, perchance they should signal to us, for we missed our dinner and the excitement of the day's work, and were now come to feel the lack of it. Then, in the midst of it, the man upon the lookout cried they were signaling us from the ship, and at that we all ran to see what they desired. And so, by the code we arranged between us, we found they waited for us to pawn the small line. This we did, and made out presently that we were hauling something across the weed of very fair bulk, to which we warmed to our work, guessing that it was the bread which they promised, and so it proved, done up with great neatness in a long roll of tarpaulin, which had been wrapped around both loaves, and the rope lashed very securely at the ends, thus producing a taper shape convenient for passing over the weed without catching. And now we came over this parcel and discovered my hint taken very sound effect, for in were the parcel, besides the loaves, a boiled ham, a Dutch cheese, 2 bottles of port well padded from breakage, and 4 pounds of tobacco in plugs. And at this coming of good things, we all stood upon the edge of the hill and waved our thanks to the ship. They waved back in all goodwill, and after we went back to our meal, which we sampled the new victuals with very lusty appetites. There was in the parcel one other matter, a letter, most neatly indited, as it had been for the 4 epistles in a feminine handwriting, so they had guessed that one of the women to be the scribe. This epistle answer came one of my queries, and in particular, I remember informing me to the possible cause of the strange crying which preceded the attack by the weedmen, saying that each occasion when they and the ship have suffered their attacks, there always been this crying, being evidently summoning or called to the attack, though how given the writer had not discovered. For the weed devils, this being how they in the ship spoke always of them, made never a sound when attacking, not even when wounded to the death. Indeed, I may say here we never learnt the way with that loathsome sobbing was produced. Nor indeed did they, or we, discover more than the merest tithe of the mysteries which the great cotton in the weeds holds in his silence. Another matter to which I referred was the constant blowing of the wind from one quarter, and this the right had only happened for much as 6 months in the year, keeping a very steady strength. A further thing there what gave me much interest. It was the ship had not always been where we discovered her, for one day at a time had been so far within the weed that they could scarce discern the open sea upon the far horizon. But at times the weed opened up in great gulfs and went yawning through the continent for scores of miles. And in this way the shape and the coast of the weeds were constantly being altered, these happenings being for the most part at the change of the wind. And much more there was that they told us then and afterwards, that they dried weed for the fuel, and how the range was fell with great heaviness at certain periods, supplied them with fresh water, though times running short, they had learned to distill sufficient for their needs until the next rains. Now, near to the end of the epistle, there came news of the Brer's presence actions, and thus we learned they and the ship were busy staying the stump of the mizzen mast, this being the one which the bows attached to the big rope, and though making great iron-bound snatch block, secured the head of the stump and down the mizzen capstan, by which and strong tackle will be able to heave the line so taut as needful. Now, having finished our meal, the boatswain took out the lint, bandages, and ointment, which they sent us from the hulk, and proceeded to dress our hurts, beginning with him who had lost 2 fingers, which happily were making a very healthy heal. And afterwards we all went to the edge of the cliff and sent back to the lookouts fill such crevice in his stomachs, yet remained empty. For we had passed him already some hunks of the bread and cheese to eat whilst he kept watch, and so he had suffered no great harm. It may have been near and after this that the boatswain pointed out to me that they and the ship commenced to heave upon the great rope, and so I perceived and stood watching it, for I knew that the boatswain had some anxiety whether that would take up sufficiently clear of the weed to allow the ship to be hauled along it, free from the molestation of the great devilfish. Presently, as evening began to draw on, the boatswain bade us to go and build our fires about the hilltop. This we did, after which we returned to learn how the rope was lifting, and how we perceived that it had come clear of the weed, which we felt mightily rejoiced. It waved encouragement, the chance that any who watched us from the hulk. Yet, though the rope was up clear from the weed, the bite of it had to rise much greater height, or would it ever do for purpose for which we intended it. And already it suffered a vast change I discovered upon placing my hand upon it. For even to lift a slack of such great length line meant the stress of some tons. And later, I saw that the boatswain was growing anxious, for he went over the rock around which he would fast the rope, and examined the knots. In those places he had parceled it, and after he walked to the place where it went over the cliff, he had made further scrutiny, but came back presently seemed not dissatisfied. Then, in a while, the darkness came down upon us, and we lighted our fires for the prepare for the night, having the watches arranged as the preceding nights. Aboard the Hulk. Now, when it came to my watch, which I took company with the big seaman, the moon had not yet risen, and the island was vastly dark. Sorry, something seems off. Save for the hilltop, from which the fires blazed in the score places, and very busy they kept us, supply them with fuel. Apologies. All right. We're gonna start over again. My apologies. Aboard the Hulk. Now, when it came to my watch, which I took in company with the big seaman, the moon had not yet risen, and the island was vastly dark, save the hilltop, which from the fires blazed in a score of many places, and very busy they kept us, supplying them with fuel. Then, when maybe about half of our watch had passed, the seaman, who had been to feed the fires upon the weed side of the hilltop, came across to me, and bade me come and put my hand upon the lesser rope. And for that, the ship were anxious to haul it in so that they might send some message across to us. At his words, I asked him very anxiously whether he had perceived them waving a light, the which we had arranged to be our method of signaling in the night, and prevent such things being needful. But to this he had said that he had seen not, and by now, having come clear near the edge of the cliff, I could see for myself and perceive that there was no signaling from the hull. Yet, to please the fellow, I put my hand upon the line, in which we had made fast in the evening to a large piece of rock, and so, immediately, I discovered something was pulling upon it. Hauling and then slacking, it so occurred to me, too, that the people in the vessel might be in need, indeed wishful to send us some message, and at that, to make sure, I ran to the nearest fire, and, lighting a tumbleweed, I waved it thrice, but there came not any answering signal from those in the ship, and at that, I went back to feel the rope.
to assure myself that it had not been plucked of the wind upon it. But I found that it was something very different from the wind. Something that plucked with all the sharpness of hooked fish, only that it had been a mighty fish to give in such tugs. And so I knew that something vile out in the darkness of the weed was fast to the rope. And at this there came a fear that it might break it, and then a second thought that there might be something climbing up through the rope. And so I bade the big seaman to stand ready with his great cutlass, whilst I ran and waked the bosun. And this I did, and explained to him how something meddled with the lesser rope, so that he came immediately to see himself for how this might be. And when he put his hand upon it, he bade me to go and cast all the rest of the men, and let them stand round the fires, for that there was something abroad in the night, and we might be in danger of an attack. But he and the big seaman stayed by the end of the rope, watching, so that as far as the darkness would allow, and ever and anon feeling the tension upon it. Then suddenly he came to the bosun to look at the second line, and he ran, cursing himself for his thoughtlessness. But because of its greater weight and tension, he could not discover for certain whether anything was meddling with it or not. Yet he stayed with it, arguing that if he ought touch the smaller rope, then something might do likewise with the greater. Only the small ley line along the weed, whilst the greater one had been some feet above it. When the darkness had fallen over us, and so might be free from any prowling creatures. And thus, maybe an hour passed, and we kept watch, intended to the fires, going from one to another, and presently, coming to that which the nearest the bosun, I went to him, intending to pass a few minutes in talk. But as I drew nigh to him, I chanced to place my hand upon the big rope, and that I exclaimed in surprise, for it had become much slacker than when I last felt it in the evening. And I asked the bosun whether it touched it, whereat he felt the rope, and he was almost more amazed than I had been, for when he last touched it had been much more taut, humming in the wind. Now, upon this discovery, he was in much fear that something had bitten through it, and called to the men to come all of them and pull upon the rope, so that he might discover whether it was indeed parted. But when they came upon and hauled upon it, they were unable to gather any of it, whereat we felt all of us mighty relieved in our minds, though I still unable to come to the cause of its sudden slackness. And so, a while later, there rose the moon, and we were able to examine the island and the water between it and the weed continent, to see whether there was anything stirring yet. Neither in the valley nor in the faces of the cliff nor in the open water could we see aught living. And as for anything among the weed, it was small. He was trying to discover it among all the shaky blackness. And now, being assured that nothing was coming upon us, and that, so far our eyes could pierce, there climbed nothing upon the ropes, and the bosun bade us all turn in, all except those whose time it was to watch. Yet, before I went to the tent, I made careful examination of the big rope, the which did also the bosun, perceived no cause for slackness. Now this was quite apparent in the moonlight. the rope going down with greater abruptness than it had done in the evening, and so we can conceive that the hull had slacked for some reason. And after that, we went into the tent and had a further spell of sleep. In the early morning, we were waked by one of the watchmen coming into the tent to call the bosun, or to hear that they moved in that night, so that its stern was now pointed somewhat towards the island. At this news, we all ran, all of us, from the tent to the edge of the hill, and found it indeed, as the man had said. Now I understood that sudden slackening of the rope, for after withstanding the stress upon it for some hours, the vessel had indeed yielded and slung its stern towards us, moving also to some extent partly in our direction. Now we discovered that the man in the pit placed at the top of the structure, waving a welcome to us, and which we waved back. And then the bosun bade me hasten to write a note to know whether it seemed likely that they might be able to heave the ship clear of the weed. And this I did, greatly excited within myself, as this new thought indeed was the bosun himself and the rest of the men. Or could they do this, then how easily solve the very problem of our coming to our country? But it seemed too good of a thing to come true, and yet I could hope. And so, when my letter was completed, we brought up the little oilskin bag and signaled to those on the ship to haul upon the line. Yet, and then with the haul, there came a mighty splatter among the weed. They seemed unable to gather in any of the slack, and then, after such a pause, I saw a man in the lookout points point out something, and immediately afterwards it blenched out in front of my little puff of smoke. And presently I caught the report of a musket, so that I knew that he was firing at something in the weed. He fired again, and yet once more, and after that they were able to hold upon the line, and that I perceived that his fire had proved effectual. Yet we had no knowledge of the thing that for which he discharged his weapon. Now, presently, they signaled to us to draw back the line, which we could do only with great difficulty. The man atop of the superstructure signaled to us fast hauling, which we did, whereupon we began to fire into the weed. Though with that what effect we could not perceive. Then, and while he signaled to haul again, another rope became more easily, yet with much labor and commotion in the weed, which over it lay in pieces sank. And so at last we cleared the weed because of the lift over the cliff. We saw that a great crab had clutched it, and that we hauled it towards us, for the creature had too much obstinacy to let it go. Perceiving this, and fearing that the great claws of the crab might divide the rope, the bosun cut one of us of the men's lances and ran to the cliff edge, calling us to pull in gently and put no more strain upon the line than need be. And so, hauling with great steadiness, we brought the monster near to the edge of the cliff, and there, away from the bosun, stayed our pulling. Then he raised the spear and smote the creature's eyes, as he had done on previous occasions, and immediately it loosed its hold and fell with a mighty splash into the water at the foot of the cliff. Then the bosun bade us to haul in the rest of the rope until we should come near to the packet, and in the meantime he examined the line to see whether it suffered harm through the mandibles of the crab. Yet, beyond little shape, it was quite sound. And so we came to the letter, which I opened and read, finding to be written in the same feminine hand which had indicted the others. From it we gathered the ship had burst through the very thick mass of the weed which had compacted itself around her, and that the second mate, who was the only remaining officer remaining to them, thought it might be a good chance to heave the vessel out.
though they would be done with great slowness, so as to allow the weed to part gradually. Otherwise, the ship would have but like to get a rake to gather the weed before it, and so form its own barrier to the clear water. And after this, there was a kind of wishes and hopes that we had to spend a good night, in which we took promptly by the feminine heart of the writer. And after that, I fell wondering whether that was the captain's wife who acted as the scribe. And then I was awake from my pondering, by one of the men crying out that they, in the ship, had commenced to heave again upon the big rope. And for a time, I stood and watched it rise slowly as it came to tautness. I stood there a while, watching the rope. And suddenly there came a commotion on the weed about 2/3 of the way to the ship. And now that I saw the rope had freed itself from the weed, and clutching it were maybe a score of giant crabs. At this sight, some of them cried out their astonishment. And then we saw that there had come a number of men into the lookout place atop the superstructure, and immediately opened a very brisk fire upon the creatures. And so, by one and twos, they fell back into the weed. And after that, the men resumed their heaving. And so, in a while, the rope had some feet clear of the surface. Now, having taunted the rope so much as they thought proper, they left it to have its due effect upon the ship. And the boat proceeded to attach a great block to it, and they signaled to us to slack away a little on the rope until they had the middle part of it. And at this, they hitched it around the neck of the block, and to the eye of the strap of the block they attached the bosun's chair, so they had a ready carrier, and by this means they were able to haul stuff to and from the hull without having to drag it across the surface of the weed. In being, indeed, the fashion which we had intended to haul ashore the people in the ship. But now the bigger project was salvaging the ship herself. And further, the big rope, which acted as support for the carrier, was not yet sufficient height above the weed cutting for to be safe to attempt to bring any ashore by such means. And now that we had ropes of saving the ship, we did not intend to risk parting by the big rope by trying to attain such a degree of tautness as would be necessary this time to have raised its height to the desired height. Now presently, the bosun called out to one of the men to make breakfast, and when it came ready, we came to it, leaving the man with the wounded arm to keep watch. Then we had made it to an end. He sent him that he had lost fingers, keep a lookout whilst the other came to the fire and ate his breakfast. In the meanwhile, the bosun took us down to collect weeds and reeds for the night, and so we spent the greater part of the morning. And when we had made an end of this, we returned to the top of the hill to discover how matters were going forward. Thus, we found that one at the lookout that they in the bulk had been obliged to heave twice upon the big rope to keep it off the weed. In this we knew that the ship was indeed making a slow, stern way towards the island, stepping steadily through the weed. And as we looked at her, it seemed almost that we could perceive that she was near. But this was no more than imagination, for at most she could not have moved more than some odd fathoms. Yet it cheered us greatly, so that we waved our congratulations to the man who stood on the lookout on the superstructure, and he waved back. Later, we made dinner, and afterwards had a very comfortable smoke in the bosun attending to our various hurts. And so, through the afternoon we sat upon the crest of the hill overlooking the hull, and thrice they in the ship had to heave upon the big rope, and by evening they made nearly 30 fathoms to the island, the which they told us in reply to a query which the bosun desired me to send them, several messages having passed between us in the course of the afternoon. so that we had to carry her upon our side. Further than this, we explained that we would tend the rope during the night, so that strain would be kept up, and more, this would keep the ropes out of the weed. And so, with the night coming down upon us, the bosun bade us to light the fires atop the hill, having been laid earlier that day, and thus, our supper being dispatched, we prepared for the night, and all through it burned the lights aboard the hull, which we proved to be very companionable to us in our times of watching. And so, at last came the morning, the darkness passed without event, and now, to our huge pleasure, we discovered the ship and made great progress in the night. Being now so much nearer that none could suppose the matter of imagination, for she had moved nigh 60 fathoms nearer the island. So now we seemed almost able to recognize the face of the man in the lookout, and many things about the hull we saw with greater clearness, so that we scanned her with fresh interest. And the man in the lookout waved a morning greeting to us, the which we returned very heartily. And even as we did, there came a second figure beside the man and waved some white matter, perchance a handkerchief, which, like enough seeing that it was a woman, and that we took off our head coverings, all of us, and shook them at her. And after this, we went to our breakfast, having finished which the bosun dressed our hurts, and then setting the man who had lost his fingers to watch, he took the rest of us, expecting him that it was bitten in the arm, and down to collect fuel, and so the time passed until near dinner. When we returned to Hilltop, the man upon the lookout told us that they in the ship had heaved not less than 4 separate times upon the big rope, which indeed they were doing at the present moment. And it was very plain to see that the ship had come near even during the short space of the morning. Now, when they had made the end of the taunting rope, I perceived it was at last well clear of the weed through all its length, being at its lowest part nigh 20 feet above the surface. And at that a sudden thought came to me to present hastily to the bosun, where it occurred to me that there existed no reason why we should not pay a visit to those aboard the hull. But when I put the matter to him, he shook his head, and for a while stood against my desire. But presently, having examined the rope, considering that it was the lightest of any in the island, he consented, and at that I ran to the area which had been hauled across to our side, and got into the chair. Now, the men, so soon as they perceived my intention, applauded me very heartily, desiring to follow. But the bosun bade them to be silent, and after that he lashed me to the chair with his own hands, and then he signaled those in the ship to haul upon the small rope. He, in the meanwhile, checking my descent towards the weeds by means of our end upon the line. And so, presently, it come to the lowest part where the bight of the rope dipped downward in a bow towards the weed, and rose again to the miasmas of the hull. Here, I looked downward with some fearful sighs, for my weight on the rope made it snag somewhat lower than seemed to be me comfortable, and I had a very lively recollection of some of the horrors that the quiet surface hid. Yet, I was not long in this place, for they in the ship perceived how the rope let me near to the weed that was safe. Pulled very hardly upon the hauling line, and so I came quickly to the hull. Now, as I drew nigh to the ship, the men crowded upon the little platform which they had built on the superstructure, somehow below the broken head of the mizzen. And here they received me with loud cheers and very open arms, and were eager to get me out of the bosun's chair, that they cut the lashings, being too impatient to cast them loose. And then they led me down to the deck, and here, before I acknowledge aught else, a very buxom woman took me into her arms, kissing me right heartily, at which I was taken aback. But But the men about me did not but laugh, and so in a minute she loosed me, and there I stood, not knowing whether to feel like a fool or a hero, but inclining rather to the latter. Then, at this minute, there came a second woman who bowed to me in a manner most formal, so we might have met in some fashionable gathering. Rather than in a castaway hulk in a lonesome and terror of that wee choked sea. At her coming, all the mirth of the men died out of them and they became very sober, whilst the buxom woman went backwards for a piece, and seemed somewhat abashed. Now, at all this, I was greatly puzzled, and I looked from one to another to learn what might mean. But in the same moment, the woman bowed again and said something in a low voice touching the weather. And after that, she raised her glance to my face, and I saw her eyes, as they were so strange and full of melancholy, that I knew in an instant why she spoke and acted in such an unmeaning a way. For the poor creature was out of her mind, and when I learned afterwards that she was the captain's wife, and had seen him die in the arms of the mighty devilfish, I grew to understand how she had become to such a pass. Now, for a minute after I discovered the woman's madness, I was so taken aback as to be unable to answer her remark. But there appeared no necessity, for she turned away and went aft towards the saloon stairway, which stood open. And here she was met by a maid, a very bonny and fair, who led her tenderly down from my sight. Yet in a minute, this same maid appeared and ran along the deck to me and caught my two hands and shook them, and looked upon me with such roguish, playful eyes that she warmed my heart, and which had been strangely chilled by the greeting of the poor mad woman. And she said many hearty things regarding my courage, to which I knew in my heart I had no claim. But I let her run on, and so presently, coming more possession of herself, she discovered that I was still holding my hands, in which indeed I had been conscious of the while with a very great pleasure. But at her discovery, she dropped them with haste, and stood back from me a space, and so there came a little coolness into her talk. Yet this lasted not long, for we were both of us young, and I think that even thus early we attracted one another. Though part of this, there was so much that we desired each to learn, that we could not but talk freely, asking questions for questions and giving answer for answer. And thus as time passed, in which men left us alone and presently went to the captain, about which they taken the big rope, and they toiled away a while. For already the ship had moved sufficiently to let its line fall slack. Presently, the maid, whom I had learned was a niece of the captain's wife, was named Mary Madison, proposed to take me to the round ship, to which proposal I agreed very willingly. But first I stopped to examine the mizzen stump, and the manner in which the people of the ship had stated, the which they had done very cunningly, and I noted that they had removed some superstructure about the head of the mast, so to allow a passage for the rope, without putting strain upon the superstructure itself. Then I made an end upon the poop, which led me down to the main deck. And here I was very greatly impressed by the prodigious size of the structure which they built about the hull, and the skill which they had taken to carry it out. The supports crossing from side to side, and the decks in a manner calculated to the great solidity to which they upheld. Yet I was greatly puzzled to know where they had gotten sufficient timber to make such a large matter. But upon this she satisfied me with explaining they had taken between the decks and used all such bulkheads as they could spare. And further, there had been a good deal among the dunnage which had proved usable. And so we came to the last galley, and here I discovered the buxom woman to be installed as a cook. And there were a couple of fine children, one whom I guessed to be the boy of some maybe 5 years, and the second a girl, scarce able to be more than a toddler. At this, I turned and asked Mistress Madison whether they were her cousins, but in the next moment I remembered that they could not be, for as I knew the captain had been dead for some years. Yet, it was this woman in the galley who answered my question, for she turned and, with something of a red face, informed me that they were hers, at which I felt some surprise, but supposed that she had taken passage in the ship with her husband. Yet in this, I was not correct. For she proceeded to explain that, thinking they were cut off from the world for the rest of this life, falling very fond of the carpenter, they had made it up together some sort of marriage, and had gotten the second mate to read the service over them. She told me then how she had taken passage with her mistress, the captain's wife, to help her with her niece, who had been but a child when the ship sailed, for she had been very attached to them both, and they to her. And so she came to an end of her story, expressing hope that she had done none wrong by her marriage, none as should be intended. And to this I made answer, assuring her that no decent-minded man could think worse of her, but that I, for my part, thought rather of the better, seeing that I liked the clock which she sat down, and that she cast down a soup ladle which she had in her fist, and came towards me waving her hands, but I gave back for shame to be hugged again, and before Mistress Mary Madison, and at that she came to a stop and laughed very heartily, but all the same, called down a very warm blessing upon my head, for which I had no cause to feel the worse, and so passed on with the captain's niece. Presently, having made the round of the hull, came aft again to the scoop, discovered that they were heaving once more upon the big rope, the which was very hard, proving, as it did, the ship was still unmoved. And so, a little later, the girl left me, having to attend to her aunt. Now, while she was gone, the men came all about me, desiring news of the world beyond the wee continent. And for the next hour, I was kept very busy answering their questions. And then the second mate called out to learn them to take another heave upon the rope. And at that, again, to the captain, and I with them. And so we hove taut again, after they got about me once more questioning, for it seemed for them, seemed to have happened in the 7 years in which I had been imprisoned. And then, after a while, I turned and questioned them on such points as I neglected to ask Mistress Madison, and discovered me to the terror and the sickness of the wee continent, its desolation and horror, and the dread which had beset them as the thought that they should fall, all of them come to their ends without sight of their homes and countrymen. Now, about this time I became conscious that I had grown very empty, for I had come off to the boat before we had made our dinner, and I had been in such an interest since, for the thought of food had escaped me, for I had seen none eating in the hall, they, without a doubt, having dined earlier than my coming. But now, being made aware of my state by the grumbling of my stomach, I inquired whether there was any food to be had at such a time, and at that one of the men ran to tell the woman in the galley that I missed my dinner. At that, she made me adieu, and said to prepare me a very good meal, which she carried aft and set out for me in the saloon, and after that she sat me down to it. Presently, when I had come near to being comfortable, there chanced a loathsome step upon the floor behind me, and turning I discovered that Mistress Madison was surveying me with a roguish and somewhat amused air. At that, I got hastily to my feet, but she bade me to sit down, and therewith she took a seat opposite, and so bantered with me a gentle playfulness that was not displeasing to me, and at which I played so good a second I had the ability. Later, I fell to questioning her, and among other matters I discovered it was she who acted as a scribe for the people in the home, at which I told her that I had done likewise for those in the island, After that, the talk became somewhat personal, and I learned she was near on 19 years of age, where I told her I'd passed my 23rd. And so we chatted on until presently it occurred to me that I had better be preparing to return to the island, and I rose to my feet with some tension, yet feeling that I'd very much happier to have stayed in which I thought for a moment had not been displeasing to her. And at this I imagined nothing somewhat in her eyes I had mentioned that I must be gone. It may be that I flatter myself. Now when I came out to the dock, they were busy again heaving taut the rope, and until they made an end, Mistress Madison, I filled the time with such chatter as an wholesome between a man and a maid who had not long met, yet find another pleasing company. Then, where at last the rope was taut, I went up to the mizzen staging and climbed into the chair, after which some of the men lashed me very securely. Yet when they gave the signal to haul me to the island, there came a while for no response, and then the signs that we could not understand, but no movement to haul across the weed. At that, they lashed me from the chair, bidding me to get out, whilst they sent a message to discover what might be wrong. As they did, and presently came back the word that the big rope had stranded on the cliff edge, and it must be slackened somewhat at once, which they did, and with many expressions of dismay. And so maybe an hour passed, which during we watched the men working at the rope, just where it came down over the edge of the hill. And Mistress Madison stood with us and watched, for it was very terrible. The sudden thought of failure, though it were but temporary, when they were so near to success. Yet, at last there came a signal from the island for us to loose the hauling line, which we did, allowing them to haul across the carrier, and so the little while they signaled back for us to pull it in, which we had done. We found a letter in the bag lashed to the carrier, which was the boatswain made it plain that he strengthened the rope and placed fresh chaffing gear about it, so that it would be safe as ever to heave upon, but to put less strain. Yet he refused to allow me to venture across upon it, saying that I must stay in the ship until we were clear of the weed, for the rope had stranded in one place, and it had been so cruelly tested there might be some other points at which it was ready to give. In this final note was made well of us all very serious, for indeed it seemed plausible that it was as he gestured. Yet they reassured themselves, pointing out that, like enough, it had been the shaft upon the edge of the cliff which frayed the strand, so that it had been weakened before it parted. But I remember the chaffing gear which the boatswain had put in the first instant, and felt not so sure. Yet I would not add to their anxieties. And so it came about that I was compelled to spend the night in the hull. But as I followed Mistress Madison into the big saloon, I felt no regret. I nearly forgotten already my anxiety regarding the rope. And out of the deck sounded the most cheerily clack of the capstan. Freed. Now, when the Mistress Madison had seated herself, she invited me to do likewise, at which we fell and talked. First touched upon the matter of the stranding rope, about which I hastened to assure her, and latter on to other things. And so, natural enough with the man and maid to ourselves, and here we are very content to let it remain. Presently, the second man came in with a note in the bosom, which he had laid upon the table for the girl to read, which she begged me to do also, and so I discovered that it was a suggestion, written very rudely and ill spelt, and that they should send us quantity of reeds from the island with which we'd be able to ease the weeds from somewhat around the stern of the hull, thus aiding in the progress. And so, the second mate desired the girl to write a reply saying that they were very happy for the reeds, and would endeavor to act upon this hint. And this Mistress Madison did, after which she passed the letter to me, perchance I desired to send any message, yet I had not, that I wished to say, and so handed it back with a word of thanks, and at once she gave the second mate, who went forthwith and dispatched it. Later, the stout woman from the galley came aft to set us out at the table which I occupied the center of the saloon, and while she was at this, she asked for information on many things, being very free and unaffected in her speech, and seeming with less of deference to my companion than certain motherlessness. For it was very plain that she loved Mistress Medicine, and in this heart did not blame her. Further, it was plain to me that the girl had a very warm affection for this old nurse, which was but natural seeing that the old woman had cared for her through all the past years, besides being companion to her, and a good and cheerful one, as I could guess. Now, while I passed in answering the buxom woman's questions, and at odd times such occasional ones were slipped in by Mistress Madison, and then suddenly there came the clatter of men's feet overhead, and later the thud of something big being cast upon the deck. And so we knew the reeds had come. And at that Madison cried out that we should go out and watch the men try upon the weed. For they proved use and ease in which lay in our path, then should become more speedily to the clear water, and without the need of pulling so great a strain upon the hawser, and as had been the case hitherto. When we came to the poop, we found the men removing a portion of the superstructure over the stern, and after they took some of the stronger reeds and proceeded to work the weed that stretched away in a line. With our terrible, yet they anticipated danger, and perceived, for there stood by two of the men and a second mate, all armed with muskets, and these three kept a very strict watch upon the weed, knowing, though much experience of its terrors, how that there might be a need for the weapons at any moment. And so, as a while passed, it was plain that the men's work upon the weed was having an effect, for the rope was stacked visibly. Those at the capstan had all that they could do, taking fleet with the tackle to keep it anywhere near tautness. And so, perceiving that they were kept at so hard, I ran to the hand which the mistress, pushing upon the capstan bars, might right merrily with their heartiness, and thus a while passed, and the evening came down upon the lonesomeness of the weed continent. There appeared the buxom woman, and bade us to come to our suppers, and her manner of addressing the two of us was the manner of one who ought to have mothered us. But Madison cried out for her to wait, that we had work to do, and the big woman laughed, and came towards us threatening, as though intending to remove us by force. And now at this moment came a sudden interruption which checked our merriment, for abruptly there sounded a report of a musket in the stern, and came shouts to the noise of two other weapons, seeming like thunder, being penned by the overarching superstructure and directly by the men about Terrafrail gave back, running here and there, and so I saw the great arms that had come about the opening which they had made in the superstructure. The two of these flickered inboard, searching hither and thither. But the stout woman took a man near her and thrust him into danger, and after that she caught Mistress Madison up in her big arms and ran down towards the main deck with her. And after all, before I had come to full knowledge of a danger, but now I perceived that I could not do well further back from the stern, at which I did in haste come to a safe position. I stood and stared at the huge creature, its great arms vague, glowing in the dark, writhing about in vain, searching for a victim. Then returned the second mate, being more for having been for more weapons, and now observed that he had armed all the men, and had brought up spare muskets for my use. And so we commenced, all of us, to fire at the monster, whereat it began to lash at us most furiously. And so after some minutes it slipped away from the opening and slid down into the weed. Upon the several men had rushed to report that those parts of the superstructure which had been removed, and I with them, yet they were sufficient for the job, so I had no need ought to do aught. Thus, before they had made up the opening, I had given the chance to look upon the weed, and discovered that the surface which lay between our stern and the island was moving in vast ripples, as though mighty fish were swimming beneath it. And then, just before the men put the last of the great panels, I saw the weed all tossed up like a vast pot to boil, and then the vague glimpse of thousands of monstrous arms that filled the air and came towards the ship. And then the men had the panel back in its place, and were hasting to drive the supporting struts into the position. And this was done. We stood a while and listened, but there came no sound above that of the wail of the wind across the extent of the weed continent. And at that, I turned to the men asking how it was I could hear no sounds of the creatures attacking us. And so they took me up into the lookout place, and from there I stared down into the weed. But it was without movement save for the stirring of the wind, and there was no sign of the devilfish. Then, seeing me amazed, they told me how anything which moved the weed seemed to draw from them all parts. But they seldom touched the hulk unless there was something visible for them which they had movement. Yet, as they went on to explain, there would be hundreds and hundreds of them laying all over the ship, hiding in the weed. But that if we would not take care to show ourselves within their reach, they would have gone most of them by morning. And thus the men told me in a very matter-of-fact way, for they had become insured to such happenings. Presently, I heard Mistress Madison calling me by name, and so I descended out of the growing darkness to the interior of the superstructure. And here they had lit a number of rude, luscious lamps, the oil for which I learned later they obtained from a certain fish which they hunted at sea, beneath the weed, in a very large schools, and took near any sort of bait with great readiness. And so, when I climbed down into the light, I found the girl waiting for me to come to supper, for which I discovered myself to be in mightily agreeable humor. Presently, having made an end of eating, she leaned back in her seat and commenced once more to bait me into a playful manner, in which I appeared to afford her much pleasure, and which I joined with no less, so we fell presently once more earnest talk. And in this wise we passed a great space of the evening. Then there came a sudden idea that and what must she do but propose that we should climb to the lookout. And to this I agreed with very happy willingness, and to the lookout we went. Now, when we come there, perceived a reason for this freak. For away in the night, astern the hulk, there blazed halfway between the heaven and the sea a mighty glow. And suddenly as I stared, being numb with admiration and surprise, I knew that it was the blaze of our fires upon the crown of the bigger hill. For, the hill being in shadow, hidden by the darkness, there showed only the glow of the fires, hung as if it were in the void, and a very striking and beautiful spectacle it was. Then, as I watched, there came a brought a figure into the view upon the edge of the glow, showing a black in my mind. And this I knew to be one of the men, come to the edge of the hill to take a look at the hulk, or test the strain on the hawser. Now, upon my expression of admiration of the sight, Mistress Madison, she seemed greatly pleased, and told me that she had been up many times in the darkness to view it. And after that we went down again into the interior of the superstructure, and here the men were taking further heave upon the big rope before settling the watches for the night, which they managed by having one man at a time keep awake, called and rest whenever the hawser gave slack. Later, Mistress Madison showed me where I was to sleep, and so having bid another one of a very warm good night, we parted. She going to see that her aunt was comfortable, and I out on the main deck to have a chat with the man on watch. In this way, I passed the time until midnight, and in that while we had forced to call the men thrice to heave upon the hawser. So quickly the ship began to make through the weed. Then, having grown sleepy, I said goodnight and went to my berth. And so had my first sleep upon a mattress for some weeks. Now when the morning was come, I waked hearing Mistress Madison calling upon me from the other side of my door, and rating me very saucily for lie abed, and that I made good speed at dressing and come quickly to the saloon, where she had ready breakfast, and made me glad I had awaked. But first, before she ought else, she had me out to look at the place, running up before me, most merrily and singing in the fullness of her glee. And so, when I had come to the top of the superstructure, I perceived that she had very good reason for so much merriment. At the sight which came to my eyes gladdened me most mightily. Yet at the same time filling with great amazement. For behold, in the course of one night, we had made near unto 200 fathoms across the weed, being now what we had made previously no more than some 30 fathoms from the edge of the cliff, the weed. And there stood Mistress Madison beside me, doing somewhat of a dainty step dance upon the flooring of the lookout, and singing a quaint old lick that I have not heard that dozen years. And this little thing, I think, brought back more clearly to me than aught else how this winsome maid had been lost to the world for so many years, having been scarce the age of 12 when the ship had been lost in the continent. Then, as I turned to make some remark, being filled with as many feelings, there came a hail from far above the air, as it might be, and looking up I discovered the man upon the hill be standing along the edge, and waving to us. And I now perceived how the hill towered a very great way above us, seeming as it were to overhang the hulk, though were a mere some 70 fathoms distance from the sheer sweat of its nearest precipice. And so, having waved back to our greeting, we made down to breakfast, and having come to the saloon, set upon good victuals, and did a very sound justice thereto. Presently, having made an end of eating, and hearing the clack of the capstan calls, we hurried out to the deck to put our hands upon the bars, intending to join in the last heave, which should bring the ship free of her long captivity. And so for a time we moved round the capstan, and I glanced at the girl beside me, for she became very solemn, and indeed it was a strange and solemn time for her. For she, who had dreamed of the world as her childish eyes had seen it, was now, after many hopeless years, to go forth once more to it, to live in it, and to learn how much had been dreams, and how much had been real. And with all these thoughts I credited her, for they seemed such as would become to me at such a time. And presently I made for some blundering effort to show her that I had an understanding of the tone which possessed her, and at that she smiled up at me with sudden queer flash of sadness and merriment. And our glances met, and I saw something in hers which was but newborn, and thought I was but a young man, my heart interpreted for me. And I was all hot suddenly with the pain of sweet delight for this new thing, where I had not dared to think upon which already my heart had made bold to whisper to me. So that even thus soon I was miserable out of her presence, and that she looked down with her hand upon the bar, and in the same instant there came a loud abrupt cry from the second mate, to vast heaving, and that all the men pulled out their bars and cast them upon the deck, and ran shouting to the ladder that led to the lookout, and we followed, and so came atop, and discovered that the last of the ship was clear of the weed and floating in the open water between it and the island. Now at this discovery the hope was free, and the men commenced to cheer and shout a very wild fashion, as indeed it was no cause for wonder, and we cheered with them. Then suddenly, in the midst of our shouting, Mistress Madison plucked me by the sleeve and pointed to the end of the island where the foot of the bigger hill jutted out in a great spur. And now I perceived a boat coming round to view, and in this moment I saw the bosun stood on the stern, steering. Thus I knew that he had finished preparing her, whilst I'd been on the hull. By this, the men about having discovered the nearness of the boat and commenced shouting afresh, and they ran down to the bows of the vessel and got ready a rope to cast. Now, when the boat came near, the men and her scanned us very curiously, but the bosun took off his headgear with a clumsy grace that became him. At which the Mistress Matron smiled very kindly upon him, and after that she told me with great frankness that he pleased her more that she had ever seen so great a man, which was not strange, seeing that she had seen but a few since she come to the years when men became of interest to a maid. After saluting us, the bosun called out to a second mate he would tow us to the ground, to the far side of the island, and that this officer agreed, being, I surmise, by no means sorry to put some solid matter between himself and the desolation of the great reed continent. And so, having loosed the hawser, which fell from the hilltop with a prodigious splash, we had the boat head towing, and this wise we popped out present the end of the hill. But feeling now the force of the breeze, we bent the edge to the hawser, and the bosun carrying it seawards, we warped ourselves to the windward of the island. And here, in 40 fathoms, we vast heaving, and we rowed to the kedge. Now, this was accomplished. They called out to our men to come aboard, and they did, and spent all of the day talking, eating, for those in the ship could scarce make enough of our fellows. And then, when it had become night, they replaced that part of the superstructure which had been moved, but the head of the mizzen stump, and so all being secure, each one turned in and had a full night's rest, of the which, indeed, many of them stood in sore need. The following morning, the second mate had a consultation with the bosun, after which he gave the order to commence upon the removal of the great superstructure. And to this each one of us set himself with vigor. Yet it was a work requiring some time, and nearly 5 days passed before the ship stripped clear. And when this had been accomplished, came a busy time for routing out various matters of which we should have need for jury rigging her, for they had been long in disuse, and that none remembered where to look for them. And this day and a half was spent, and after that we set about fitting her with such jury mast as could manage from our material. Now, after the ship had been dismast, all 7 years had gone, and the crew had been able to save many of her spars, these having remained attached to her, though her inability to cut away all the gear had put them in a sore peril at the time of being sent to the bottom of the hole in her side. Yet now they had every reason to be thankful, for by this accident we had now a foreyard, a topsail yard, a malignant yard, and fore topmast. They had saved more than these, but I made use of the smaller spars to shore up the superstructure, sawing them their lengths for that purpose. Apart from these such spars as they could manage to secure, they had a spare topmast lashed along under the lock bulwarks, and the spar tugget, and the royal mast laying along the starboard side. Now, the second mate and the bosun had set the carpenter work upon these spare topmasts, bidding him to make for some trestle trees and bolsters, upon which lay eyes of the rigging, but they did not trouble him to shape it. Further, they ordered the same to be fitted with a fore topmast, and spare tugget, and royal mast. And all the meanwhile, the rigging was prepared, and when this was finished, they made ready to the sheer hole to hoist the spare topmast, intending this to take the place in the lower mast. Then, when the carpenter had carried out the orders, he was set to make 3 partners with a cut in each. These being intended to take the heels of the 3 masts, and when those were completed, they bolted them securely to the decks at the forepart of each of the struts of the 3 lower masts. And so, having already re-hove the main mast into position, after which we proceed to rig it. Now, when we had made an end of this, we set to upon the foremast, using it for the topmast, which they had saved. And after that we hove mizmast into place, having this, the spare telegraph and royal mast. Now, the manner in which we secured the mast before it ever came to the rigging of them was by lashing them to the stumps of the lower mast. And after we had lashed them, we drove runnage into the wedges between the mast and the lashings, thus making them very secure. And so, when we had set up the rigging, we had confidence that they would stand all such sail as we should be able to set upon them. Yet, further than this, the boatswain bade the carpenter to make wooden caps of 6-inch oak. These caps fit over the squared heads of the lower mast stumps, and having a hole, each of them, to embrace the jury mast. By making these caps in two halves, they were able to bolt them onto the masts and have a hold them into position. And so, having gotten in 3 jury lower mast, we hoisted up the foreyard to the main, and acted as our main yard, and did likewise with the topsail and to the fore. And after that, we set up the gallant yard to the mizzen. Thus we had her sparred, all but the bowsprit and the jibboom. Yet this we managed by making a stumpy spike bowsprit from one of the smaller spars, which we had used as short superstructure. And because we feared that it lacked strength to bear the strain of our fore and afts, we took down 2 hawsers and from fore and passing, and through the hawser holes, setting them up there. And so we had her rigged. And after that, we bent such a sail as a gear enabled us to carry. And in this wise we had the hull ready for sea. Now, the time that it took us to reach the ship and put her out was 7 weeks, saving it 1 day. And all that time we suffered no molestation from any of the strange inhabitants of the weed continent, though this may have been because we kept fires of dried weed going all night about the decks. These fires being lit on a big flat piece of rock which we had gotten from the island. Yet for all that we had not been troubled, we had more than once discovered strange things in the water swimming near to the vessel. But a flare of the weed hung over the side, and the end of a reed had sufficed, always to scare away such unholy visitants. And so at last, to the day which we came, we were in such a good condition that the boatswain and the second mate considered the ship to be in fit state to put to sea. The carpenter had gone over much of the hull as he could get at, found everywhere very sound, though her lower parts were hideously overgrown with weed, barnacles, and other matters. Yet this we could not help. And it was not wise to attempt to scrape her, having consideration to the creatures which we knew abound in those waters. Now, in those 7 weeks, Mistress Madison and I had become very close to one another, so that I had ceased to call her by any name save Mary, unless it were a dearer one than that, though this would be of my own invention, and I would leave my heart to be naked did I put it out down here. Of our love for one another, I think yet, and ponder how that mighty man the boatswain came so quickly to acknowledge the state of our hearts. For he gave me a very sly hint one day that he had a sound idea of the way the wind blew, and yet, though he said it was a half jest, we thought there was something which his voice as he spoke, and that I clapped my hand in his, he gave a very huge grip. And after that, he ceased from the subject. How we came to our country. Now, when the day came, when we made our leave in the nearness of the island, in the waters of that strange sea, there was great lightness of heart among us, and we went very merrily about such tasks as needful. And so in a little, we had the edge tripped, and had cast the ship's head to the starboard, and presently had her braced upon the luck of our tack, and which we managed very well. Though our gear worked heavily, as might be expected, and after that we had gotten underway, we went to the lee side to witness the last of that lonesome island. And with us came the men of the ship, and so, for a space, there was silence among us, for there were very quiet, looking stir and saying not, but we had sympathy with them, knowing somewhat of those past years. And now the boatswain came to break up the poop, and called down to the men after muster aft, to which they did, and I with them, for some had regarded them very good comrades, and the rum was served out to each one, and among the rest, and it was Mistress Madison herself who dipped out from the wooden bucket, though it was the buxom woman who brought it up from the lazarette. Now, after the rum, the boatswain bade the crew to clear up the gear by the decks and get the mattress secured, so that I turned to go on with the men, having become used to so much work with them. But he called upon me to come upon him, the which I did, and there he spoke respectfully, remonstrating with me, reminding me how there was no need no longer for me to toil, for that I was to come back to my old position of passenger, and as I had been in the Carigg ere she foundered. But to this talk of his, I made a reply that I had good right to write my passage home, as any other among us. For though I paid for a passage in the Carigg, I have done no such thing regarding the seabird, this being the name of the Hope. And to do this, my reply, the boatswain said little, but I perceived he liked my spirit, and so far thence until we reached the port of London, I took my turn and heart in all seafaring matters, having become quite proficient in the calling. Yet, in one matter, I bailed myself from my former position, for I chose to live aft, and by this was able to see much of my sweetheart, Mistress Madison. Now after dinner upon the day which we had left the island, the boatswain and the second mate picked the watches, and thus I found myself chosen to be in the boatswain's, in which I mightily pleased. And when the watches had been picked, they all had hands about the ship, and the which, to the pleasure of all, she accomplished. For under such gear, and with so much growth upon her bottom, they had feared that she would have to veer, and by this we should have lost much difference to the leeward, whereas we desired to edge so much to windward as we could, being anxious to put space between us and that weed continent. And twice more that day we put the ship about, though the second time it was to avoid the great bank of weed that was laying up, floating athwart her bows, roll the sea to windward of the island, so far as we've been able to see from atop the higher hill, was studded with floating masses of the weed, like unto thousands of islets, and in place like far-spreading reefs. And because of these, the sea all around the island remained very quiet and unbroken, so that there was never any surf, nor scarce a broken wave upon its shore, for all that the wind had been so fresh for so many days. When evening came, we were again upon the larboard tack, making perhaps some 4 knots in the hour, though we have been in proper rig with the clean bottom. Yet we are making 8 or 9, so with a good breeze and so calm a sea. Yet, so far progress has been very reasonable, for the island lay maybe some 5 miles to leeward and about 15 astern. And so we prepared for the night. Yet a little before dark we discovered the weed trended out towards us, so that we should pass it, maybe at a distance of something like half a mile. And at that, there was talk between the second mate and the boatswain as to whether it was better to put the ship about to gain better sea room before attempting to pass this promontory of weed. But at last they decided that they ought not fear, for we had fair way through the water. Further, it did not seem reasonable to suppose that we should ought to fear the inhabitants of the Weedle Covenant at such a great distance of half a mile. And so we stood on. For once past the point where there was much likelihood of the weed trending its way to the eastward, and if this were so, we could square in immediately and get the wind upon our quarter and so make better way. Now as the bosun watched from 8 of the evening till midnight, and I, with another man, had to look out until the 4 bells. Thus I chanced that coming abreast of the point during our watching we peered very earnestly to the leeward. For the night was dark, having no moon until the near of the morning, and we were full of unease in that we had come so near again to the desolation of that strange continent. And then suddenly the man clutched my shoulder and pointed in the darkness upon our bow, and thus I discovered that we were coming nearer to the weed than the bosun and second mate had intended, they without a doubt having miscalculated our leeway. At this, I turned and sang to the bosun that we were near to coming upon the weed, and at that same moment he shouted to the helmsman to loft them directly towards the starboard side, was brushing against the great outlying tufts of this point. And so, for breathless minutes we waited, yet the ship drew clear, and so into the open waters beyond this point. But I had seen something scrape against the weed, and with a sudden glimpse of white gliding along the growth. And then I saw others, and in a moment I was down on the main deck, running after the bosun midway along the horrid shape came above the starboard rail and gave a cry out of warning. And then I had the capstan bar and back near, I smote the thing, crying out, wild for help. And my blow at the thing from my sight, and the bosun was with me, and some of the men. Now the bosun had seen my stroke and sprang up against the telegraph rail, peered over, but gave back at the instant, shouting me to run and call the others watch, for that the sea was full of the monsters swimming off to the ship, and that I was away at the run when I had to wake the men. I raced aft to the cabin and did likewise with the second mate. And so, we turned in a minute, bearing the bows and cutlass, my own cut and thrust, and the lantern I hung always in the saloon. Now then I had gotten back, I found all things in a mighty scurry. The men running about in their shirts and drawers, some in the galley bringing fire from above, and others lighting a fire of the dry weed to leeward of the galley. And along the starboard rail, there was already a fierce fight. The men using the captain bars, ever as I done. And then as I thrust the bosun cutlass into his hands, and he gave a great shout, part of joy and part of appropriation. And after snatching the lantern from me, he ran to the larboard side of the deck. I was well aware he had taken the light, but now I followed him. And as happy as it was for all of us in the ship, he thought them to go at that moment. For the light of the lantern showed me the vile faces of 3 of the weedmen, climbing over the larboard rail. Yet the bosun had left them, or ever I could come near. But in a moment, I was full busy, for there came nigh a dozen heads above the rail, after where I was, and at that I ran at them, and did good execution. But some had been aboard, if the bosun not under my help. And now the decks were full of light, several fires being lit, and the second mate having brought out fresh lanterns. And now the men had gotten their cutlasses, which were more handy than the capstan bars. And so the fight went forward, some having come over our side to help us. And a very wild sight it must have seemed to any onlookers, for all about the deck burned the fires and the lanterns, and along the rails ran men smiting at hideous faces that rose in dozens into the wild glare of our fighting lights. And everywhere drifted the stench of the brutes. And upon the stoop the fight was as brisk as ever, and here having been drawn by fire cry for help.
I discovered the buxom woman smiting a gory meat axe at a vile thing which had gotten a couple of its tentacles upon her dress. She had dispatched it, or ever my sword could help her. And then, to my astonishment, even at the time of peril, discovered the captain's wife wielding a small sword, and her face was like that of a face of a tiger. Her mouth was drawn, her teeth showed, were clenched, and she uttered no word, no cry, and I doubted not that she had some vague idea as she worked her husband's vengeance. And then, for a space, I was busy as any, and afterwards I ran to the buxom woman to demand whereabouts of Mistress Madison, and she, in a very breathless voice, informed me that she was locked in her room out of harm's way, and that I could have embraced for the woman, for I had been sorely anxious to know my sweetheart was safe. And presently, the fight diminished, and so last came to an end. The ship having drawn well away from this point, and now being in the open, and after I ran down to my sweetheart, opened the door, and thus for a space she wept, having her in my arms about my neck, for she had been in sore terror for me, and for that ship's company. But soon, drying her tears, she grew very indignant with her nurse for having been locked into her room and refused to speak to that good woman for near an hour. Yet I pointed out and that she could be very great use in dressing such wounds as I had received. And so she came back to her usual brightness, and brought her bandages, and lint, and ointment, and thread, and was presently very busy. Now, it was later that there arose a fresh commotion on the ship, for it had been discovered the captain's wife was missing, and this bosun and second mate instituted a search, but she was nowhere to be found. Indeed, none of the ship ever saw her again, at which she presumed that she got dragged over by some of the weedmen, and so come upon her death. And at this there came a great prostration to my sweetheart, so that there would not be comforted for the space of 3 days, by which the ship had come clear of those strange seas, having left incredible desolation of the wheat continent so far over our starboard counter. And so, after a voyage which lasted 70 days since getting underway, we have come to the port of London, having refused all offers of assistance on the way. Now here I had said farewell to my comrades of so many months and perilous adventures. Yet, being a man not entirely without means, I took care of each of them, should have given a certain gift by which to remember me. And I placed money in the hands of the buxom woman, so that she could have no reason to tempt my sweetheart. And she having, for the comfort of her conscience, taken her good man to the church, set up a little house upon the borders of my estate. But this was not until the Mistress Madison came to take her place at the head of my hall in the country of Essex. Now, one further thing there is, which I must tell. Should any chance to trespass upon my estate, come upon a man of mighty proportions, albeit somewhat bent by age, seated comfortably at the door of this little cottage, they shall know him as for my friend the bosun. For to this day do he and I foregather let our talk drift to the desolate places of this earth, pondering which upon we had seen the weed continents, where reigns desolation and the terror of its strange inhabitants. And after that, we talk softly of the land where God hath made monsters after fashion of trees. Then maybe my children come about me, so we change to other matters. For little ones,
not love terror.